Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Phew. Taking advantage of the moment when he had expended a lot of energy to slap the celestial dragon's corpse puppets away, Luo Hu took a few quick breaths, and then his terrifying body returned to its normal size and quickly chased after the purple dragon-shaped figure in the sky. Although Luo Hu's own physical strength has reached the point where it will take at least a few months to be exhausted. However, using a large number of devil fruit abilities and bursting out high-intensity Haki levels at the same time is also extremely costly. Even if the work is something that the body can sustain, it is necessary to take a few deep breaths. This is like a long-distance runner who has the physical strength to run for dozens of kilometers without interruption. However, if he tries high-intensity weightlifting, he will start to breathe heavily in an instant. What does that guy want to do? No. He's going to absorb the devil fruit power of Garp's son. We must stop him. If he gains the power of another mythical beast devil fruit, the consequences will be disastrous. But we also have demonic power in our bodies. If we go there now, won't that evil ghost have a chance to get stronger? The five elders looked at Luo Hu's figure, and all of them turned around anxiously. The old men were angry and anxious. On one hand, they wanted to kill the evil spirits in front of them. But on the other hand, they were worried that their immortal lifespans would be restricted by the power of the dark fruit, and they would be completely killed. After gaining the ability of immortality, they can no longer be as crazy as they were when they fought against Joy Boy 800 years ago. If you can avoid taking action when your life cannot be guaranteed, then don't take action, because even if this world is devastated, there will always be someone tall to support it. Now that Lord possesses the God-level Haki, he is fully capable of cleansing up the world again. He is as powerful as Joy Boy, who could rival 20 kings by himself. We can't wait any longer. Even if Lord Mu can kill the evil spirit, we can't just stand by and watch. Lord Yim needs a world supreme authority who can play a role. If we are not effective, the position of five elders is not irreplaceable. What Nasu Shilangxing said makes sense. The little devils in the Nerona family are already ready to make a move. This is a major change in the world that has not happened in 800 years. If you want to establish yourself on this ocean, you need to make a certain amount of sacrifices. Saint Watchley had a serious look on his face, and then he took the lead and transformed into a human-shaped fanged beast, ready to charge forward. The other five elders also transformed into terrifying demons in the form of sandworms, Izuna Tenma, horsebones, and Gyuki mythical beasts. However, just as several monster-like figures were preparing to rush forward, an extremely thick black smoke followed the quiet moonlight in the sky and directly covered most of the giant island. Under the extremely thick black smoke, the bodies of several five elders, which had just transformed into demonic forms, were instantly returned to their normal forms. This is the ability of dark fruit. Is it the evil ghost that has come back? No, that guy is still in front. How can his hands and feet reach here? But if it's not an evil spirit, then who could it be? The power of the dark fruit has disappeared for many years. After feeling that the devil fruit ability in their bodies was directly restricted, several five elders looked at each other in bewilderment. The last few people felt a creepy guess in their minds at the same time. The former Overlord of the Sea. He dominated the entire second half of the Grand Line and brought together an extremely powerful group of pirates. Rox-D, Zebek, damn it, how could that guy? Is he alive too? How is that possible? If he is still alive, how could he have been hiding in the sea for so long and never appeared? Impossible. Saint Watchley had an extremely ferocious look on his face, his fists clenched tightly, and his tone was full of disbelief. No matter how he guessed, he couldn't imagine that a crazy guy like Rox could hide and survive for 6 years. However, the next moment, when that familiar figure with afro hair appeared in front of them, the five elders finally realized the truth. Ah, Shashi is not good for Dana. It's been a few years since we last met, 5 old men. That expression that never changes really looks as annoying as ever. Rocks emerged from the black smoke that occupied half of the island, and then looked at the 5 elders with a teasing expression. Rock, Saint Vacheli roared at Rox's disgusting and foul-mouthed figure with a ferocious look on his face. The others naturally looked at Rox's sour face with annoyance. Why are you calling me so affectionately? Lousy isn't that familiar with you old guys, right? Rox responded to the 5 elders with a playful smile. Then his expression suddenly turned fierce, and he teleported to the position in front of the 5 elders in almost the blink of an eye. Compared with his previous image, Rox at this moment is like Kaido in the past, with every inch of his skin covered with scales with powerful defense. The only difference is that Kaido's skin has green dragon scales, while Rox has golden unicorn scales. There is not much difference in the defensive capabilities between the two. It's just that the Chilean scales look more stylish in the overall image. The vital parts of Rox's body are all covered with glittering golden scales, making him look even more majestic. Come on, you old immortals. Come and try to stop me. Rox drew out the supreme sword from his waist that was emitting a bloody glow all the time, took a stance, and stood still. Behind him, the extremely dazzling golden ribbon undoubtedly proved that in the past 6 years, he had directly cultivated the ability of the Zoan, Luo fruit, mythical beast Chilean-shaped demon to the awakening realm. Rox, stop being so presumptuous. We represent the god with the highest authority in this world. I was able to beat you until your body collapsed before. I can do the same now. At the first moment of Rox's action, the 5 elders flashed and formed a formation, surrounding Rox in the middle. Next to the 5 elders, the incomplete white giant corpse puppet also rushed forward, waving the extremely depressing Haki energy. 6 powerful men with terrifying strength just stared at Rox's movements. All the 5 elders are present, plus the Joy Boy corpse puppet that was left on the battlefield 800 years ago and was later resurrected as a puppet by the power of technology. The 6 strongest men surrounded Rox in the center in an orderly manner. Based on past experience, Rox is a powerful person who can reach the level of the Overlord of the Sea. If you want to deal with a person of this level, you need at least 3 generals at the level of the Emperor. At this time, the 5 elders all had solemn expressions and were in a state of Haki release. Because no one can guarantee whether Rox's strength has improved during the 6 years since he disappeared. After all, the fluttering ribbon on Rox's back is a special symbol that can only appear when the Zoan demon fruit power is cultivated to the awakened state. This means that Rox has acquired at least 1 new Zoan devil fruit ability in 6 years, and has cultivated it to the awakened state. For Sea Overlord of Rox's level, ordinary Zoan devil fruit would definitely not be considered a good choice. At least the devil fruit ability of the mythical bee species would be considered standard. Do you still think you can defeat Lousy head-on like you did before? You guys are not qualified enough. Rox smiled coldly, his words full of contempt and disdain. To be honest, he felt very troubled by this kind of human wave tactics. Especially the looming, terrifying Haki on the white giant surrounding the 5 elders made Rox's palms sweat. He could clearly feel that the white guy's Haki level was even higher than his own. But now the arrow is on the string, and the pretentious words have been said. He is too proud to allow himself to run away before the fight even starts. Humph! Who do you think we are? Stop saying these arrogant words here. I'm betting on the dignity of the world's highest power. We will also completely destroy you on this sea. Saint Topman Wichuri, the leader of the 5 elders, and Saint Zamora Nasadro, the most respectable one, looked gloomy and felt greatly insulted. After the words fell, the aura of the 2 of them instantly soared. The highest power in the world? Who cares? Lousy doesn't recognize that you have any rights. Rox smiled frivolously, with a fierce aura all over his body, and faced the 5 elders directly. In an instant, The aura of rocks and Haki condensed into an extremely terrifying state. It even gives people a terrifying feeling as if it is about to reach a critical point. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate conqueror's Haki in Rock's body began to be released. In the center of the battlefield, some senior agents of the CP organization who were not mentally firm but wanted to come to support 5 elders, as well as a small number of rebellious Marines, fell down in large numbers. After several minutes, the number of troops around the 5 elders was like the muggles lying on the ground. The 5 elders looked extremely ugly about this. Just like before, this guy Rox can almost be regarded as the most talented outlier in the past 800 years. If it weren't for the more terrifying monsters like the evil ghost Luo Hu appearing on this sea, Rox would be the strongest in the world. At least in a one-on-one duel, none of the 5 elders could stop Rox for more than 5 rounds. This be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** is even stronger than it was 5:6 years ago. We can't let him be so arrogant any longer. We are the ones who will protect the dignity of the world government. Boom, 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 boom. 2. Soon, the 5 elders and Joey Boy's corpse puppet burst out with power at the same time. Black light covered their arms, and they launched attacks from 5 angles at the same time. Joey Boy, who was standing nearby and unaware, was swinging his rubber-like fists around, hitting Rock's position at an unpredictable angle. Bang, 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 bang. Since Rock's exudes the dark fruit's ability, which is said to be the most vicious devil fruit, the 5 elders are unable to use their own mythical beast devil fruit abilities. The 6 men, armed with thick black Haki fists, launched an almost crazy attack. Every punch, every kick, every move are the fastest and most ultimate confrontations in this ocean. Every collision would generate terrifying Haki energy waves that would spread everywhere. No one dared to approach within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the 6 people. As they fought frantically, the huge ice layer frozen by Kuzan's glacial world began to form terrifying grooves in all directions. That rock guy is back. I didn't expect him to be so strong. He can actually do 1v6. This is Kaido, who is fighting 2 celestial dragons' royal corpses single-handedly. In between his heavy breathing, he glanced at Rox, whom he has not seen for a long time. In his opinion, among the strong men of Rock's level, except for Luo Hu, who is weaker than him, the strongest, almost no one else can be on par with him. Even though Roger now has the strength of the 4 Pirates Kings, he is still 1 level weaker in terms of strength. However, the reality was that before Kaido could shift his envious eyes, Rox, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was hit by a white fist mixed with 2 color Haki from the side and flew thousands of meters into the sky. The corners of the eyes, nose, throat, and around the lips are all gushing with bloodline. The golden scales with traces of bloodline were scattered all over the body, making him look quite miserable. Rox, who used the half-beast Kirin form to fight the 5 elders almost to a draw, was directly knocked away by Joy Boy after encountering him. It seems that the title of Overlord of the Sea is of no use when facing a large enough number of people. There's only one person in this world who can fight against so many strong people of the same level on his own. However, even though Rox had been knocked into the air and had no leverage, the 5 elders still did not let him have any chance to catch his breath. When the control effect of the dark fruit's ability disappeared, the 5 elders transformed into various monsters and myths and legends and rushed into the sky. Sharp fangs, venom, spikes, flames, and slashes all came out at once. Luo Hu's eyes raised slightly. This old B************ D-Rox showed up at just the right time. Just when I didn't have the extra energy to deal with Teacher Wu, I came out to help. It is simply a must-have medicine for home travel, killing people, and stealing treasures. It seems that this guy has not appeared in these years, and he is not playing pirates or something. Maybe it's just like what Rox said, he's just enduring it. But no one knows the true situation. After all, No one can guess whether Rox is already married and had children at this age. For example, a kid named Marshall's words and deeds are very similar to Rox. Puahaha. A fist filled with love is irresistible. Taste my iron fist of love. I've long wanted to smash the faces of you, celestial dragons rubbish with my fists. Seeing that the Qin government seemed to have some disadvantages, Garp also let go and beat the celestial dragon's royal corpse puppet in front of him with his iron fist. To be honest, the role played by the naval headquarters in this war today is essentially just a fence-sitter. If the Qin government cannot muster enough strength to deal with the world government's army, their marines will take action to maintain the balance of combat power. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. There can only be one government in this world. So if the Qin government has the opportunity to take this position, then letting it suffer serious damage on the battlefield is also a good choice. At least the naval headquarters will never allow another evil government to be maintained that rules the entire world. GOP. Stop talking to yourself. Before Garp could stubbornly punch away the enemy and let him stand there laughing, time had passed. On the other side, Sengoku, who had already transformed into a majestic Buddha, started to scold with his face flushed, because he and Garp are currently in a cooperative combat state. The two of them worked together to restrain 3 celestial dragons royals whose strength had reached the level of general emperors. After Garp punched an enemy away, he just stood there and laughed. This kind of stubborn teammate's behavior simply doubles the pressure on Sengoku. Because his own strength is not very outstanding, it is already difficult for Sengoku to fight one on his own. After losing Garp's support, he has to fight 2 on his own. Isn't this going to cost him his life? The justice of ruling the world has not yet been realized, but he is about to die tragically at the hands of an old guy who lived 800 years ago. The more Sengoku thought about it, the angrier he got. Buddha's light shone all over his body. He raised his hand and released a terrifying Buddha's light that directly repelled one of the celestial dragon's royals. But no matter how angry he was, after sending his enemy flying with a shockwave, Sengoku's own broad back was naturally hit hard by the conqueror's entanglement of the celestial dragons behind him. Black thunderstorms appeared everywhere, striking through the air and making a series of fine crackling sounds. Phew! The golden Buddha, which was dozens of feet tall, suddenly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the blink of an eye, it shrank rapidly and returned to its normal human form. The whole person was hunched over and looked extremely painful. It is obvious that under the attack of Conqueror's entangled fists of celestial dragons, Sengoku's spine and internal organs suffered considerable damage. Oh, go on. Kill, Amdon Quixote. After shouting for the unconscious corpse, he rushed towards Sengoku, who was already lying on the ground, seriously injured. Damn GOP. You've caused me so much trouble. Sengoku's expression was fierce, and golden light was released from his body again, almost blinding people. Human fruit. Mythical bee species, great Buddha form. Buddha's Sengoku. After forcibly returning to his Buddha form, Sengoku once again violently clashed with the celestial dragon's royal family. The full-force collision between Sengoku and Shirkei, 2 emperor-level warriors, once again shattered the ice on the ground. Meanwhile, Kazan, who was in the distance, had a paralyzed look on his face and his hands were emitting cold air as he repaired the vulnerable battlefield. In the end, one person took it all. He was known as one of the geniuses of marine monsters, but on this horrific battlefield he was reduced to the level of a small soldier. There's not even a chance to compete with those truly top-notch experts. Sakazuki's sense of identity has already proven that if they try to rush forward with their current level, they will really die. Lion Majesty, 1000 Slice Valley, Black Arm, 8 punches. In midair, the Golden Lion and Zephyr, who was covered in dragon scale armor, collided with each other. The fight was fierce, and waves of air continued to surge in all directions. You have the Blue Dragon Fruit and Thunder Fruit as a guarantee. Zephyr, who has also awakened Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack, has greatly enhanced his strength. Relying on his super high speed and the power of the Azure Dragon, Zephyr forced the Golden Lion directly into the sky, not giving him any chance to come into contact with matter. For a moment, Golden Lion was actually transformed into a state of pure physical combat. As a result, Jinji's body was covered with wounds during the collision. At this point, Golden Lion had already decided to retreat. He didn't want to continue fighting against Zephyr, who was like a hexagonal warrior and knew a little bit of everything. But the flying speed that he once prided himself on was like a recruit egg in front of Zephyr, whose whole body was shining with lightning. He couldn't even run away. This is already a typical example of being caught directly. You can't beat him, and you can't run away. If this continues, it is not impossible that he will be killed. Mrahahaha, come on. You two really want to fight against the former army hero, Douglas Bullet. In the crowd on the other side, Bullet, who was also wearing dragon scale armor, fought against two celestial dragons royals on his own and was not at all inferior. Even in the midst of fighting, Bullet was able to find time to charge into the crowd. In front of countless people's terrified gazes, he instantly killed more than a dozen senior agents of the CP organization. Quick, follow the instructions of the 5 elders. Stop the evil ghost Luo Hu. Don't be so presumptuous. Evil ghost, let our CP organization's highest-powered governor be your opponent. There were 6 celestial dragons royals hanging behind Luo Hu, and 3 CP organization governors were rushing in front of him at the same time. These powerful men who have reached the level of Admiral 4 Emperors are almost the most powerful army of the world government. Luo Hu sighed. If the people in naval headquarters hadn't rebelled temporarily, I may not even have the chance to win the world certificate. I might be seriously injured again and have to flee the battlefield after all the troops are destroyed. Fortunately, the people in the Marine Corps are sensible. Directly led the team willing to resist to North Blue to occupy the position. It also gave Luo Hu's army a chance to catch their breath. Sister He, are we really not going to support Commander Luo Hu? It seems like he is about to be surrounded and killed. After swinging the blade, killing the enemies who tried to get close to her sister, Guillaume looked at her sister Tsuru with a little concern and asked. Staff Officer He, who was holding a sniper rifle and calling out names one by one on the battlefield, smashing heads like hitting watermelons, did not even raise his eyelids and did not even show any emotional reaction. What level of power is the evil ghost Luo Hu? Staff Officer, he is very confident in his heart. How did the 3 governors of the former CP organization die? It is still vivid in my mind. What's more, these 3 guys haven't grown up yet and are just temporarily brought in to make up the numbers. Don't worry about that evil ghost. No one in this world can stop him. P.S. I have read all the comments from readers. Thank you for your support. I wish the bosses will get rich soon. ***. Currently, the author has basically no money to earn. This is purely a love story. Sigma. ***. Sigma. Snowflakes are falling. The north wind is howling. The other side, Luo Hu, who is teleporting, quickly approached Monkey D. Dragon's position. Then he stretched out his hand and gently patted the opponent's shoulder, which was covered with dark purple hurricane dragon scales. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Zoan dragon fruit, mythical beast, hurricane dragon form. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Luo Hu felt a surge of demonic energy unique to hurricanes appear in his body. Until this moment, Luo Hu's body finally gathered the devil fruit abilities that are known as the 3 major natural disasters within the 3 major systems. Logia's lava, Paramecia's earthquake, Zoan's hurricane. All 3 types are natural disaster energies that can cause large-scale damage. And compared to earthquakes and magma, this time the hurricane dragon fruit can also bring a certain degree of improvement to Luo Hu's physique. He quietly felt the energy in his body surging again, and the blue dragon scales on his body began to turn a little purple. Luo Hu drew out the 7-star sword with one hand. At this moment, Luo Hu realized that if he wanted to continue to improve his current combat effectiveness, he must obtain more high-level demonic power, and they must all be mythical beasts. The regular Zoan devil fruit can still bring a boost, though, but it is so weak that it is almost non-existent. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, but this is not even as weak as a mosquito leg. Feeling that the long-forgotten power has once again gained a level of growth, Luo Hu looked at Sengoku, who was lying on the floor, seriously injured. In Luo Hu's impression, that guy seemed to be in the form of a giant Buddha among the mythical beasts. Although I have no idea of becoming a Buddha, I can gain an extra new ability and a small increase in physical strength. Then this big Buddha devil fruit is definitely worth it. However, before obtaining the devil fruit ability, the most important thing to deal with is the 3 CP governors who are still in the making standing in front of him. Oink oink. He grabbed the jet black 7-star sword and slashed across the air. A slash wave of sword energy mixed with ultimate armament Haki and ultimate conqueror's dual color Haki slashed past at an extremely high speed. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 2 governors of the CP organization's highest combat power appeared with ferocious and angry expressions. Before he could even see how Luo Hu made his move, he let out a scream and was directly swallowed up by the crazy sword energy. How is this possible? How could such a powerful sword energy appear in the hands of such a young guy? He killed 2 of my companions in one go. We simply cannot resist such a supreme being. The last governor of the CP organization, who was lucky enough not to be injured by the sword energy, stood there with lingering fear in front of Luo Hu. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Luo Hu glanced at it with a little surprise. Then, with a swish, he swung out another dark green sword energy. Tear! In the end, this governor, who represented the highest combat power of the CP organization, was chopped into pieces by the breeze along with hundreds or even thousands of CP organization agents who retreated in unison. No one survived. After solving the obstacles in front of him, Luo Hu continued to hold onto the still bleeding 7-star sword and moved quickly towards Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, who was lying on the ground to recuperate. The commander-in-chief of the Great Qin government is so powerful. The 3 new governors of the CP organization were killed instantly. It wasn't even a minute, and 3 of them died. It's because our Marshal Kong has a more far-sighted view of the situation. When you think about fighting against such evil spirits on the battlefield, what chances do you have of winning? No, isn't that guy an ally of our Marine? Why is he walking towards Sengoku Admiral's position? Seeing Luo Hu easily kill 3 of the CP organization's most powerful governors in seconds and also casually beheaded hundreds of CP organization agents, the bloody and inhumane image walked towards them, Sengoku Admiral. The Marine officers and soldiers present all looked solemn, with patches of cold sweat on their foreheads. Mr. Sengoku, please hurry up. The evil spirit is passing by. Don't resist him. The Marines shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to attract Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, seriously injured. However, before they could transform into Een and fall, the energy of the teleportation fruit in Luo Hu's body had already moved his body over. At this moment, Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, watching his old friend Garp fight 2 people alone, suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Then, the cold sweat on his head suddenly fell to the ground like rain. His face was filled with horror, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Luo Hu, who was in front of him. Damn, is this guy going to break his promise? It turns out that no matter which government it is, it cannot be easily trusted. We just helped them gain some advantages, but now they are about to turn against us and bite our Marine. Sengoku's mind was filled with crazy thoughts of Luo Hu, a murderous man, so he killed him and a large group of people from the world government and the naval headquarters. Is this the only place I can go? The justice that reigns over the world is really difficult. Sengoku sighed internally and closed his eyes. The next moment, Luo Hu, who was about to steal the power of the fruit, used the same trick again and gently pressed his hand on Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku, on the other hand, remained silent, prepared to accept the fact of his own death. However, before he could feel the pain of being killed, a cool feeling suddenly spread from his spine. Afterwards, Luo Hu used the meatball fruit to beat away all the pain from his spine being cracked by the celestial dragon's royal family. At this moment, Luo Hu's originally ferocious dragon body began to flash a dazzling 7-colored Buddha light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form. Feeling the power in his body surge up again, Luo Hu's lips curled up into a smile. If Luo Hu had known that the abilities of the mythical beast devil fruits could be improved to this extent, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on it. Now that Luo Hu has condensed the energies of various fantasy beasts in his body, he feels that he can completely 1v10. Sengoku was lying on the ground in a daze, looking at Luo Hu, who was helping him transfer all the pain from his injuries and whose body was also emitting a dazzling Buddha light. He stood there completely stunned. What are you looking at? Do you think Laozi is as dishonest as you Marines? Cooperate with the government. After this war is over, I might fully support your Marines' justice, Luo Hu said in a leisurely tone, and then his figure flashed again, leaving Sengoku lying there in a daze. Untouchables don't leave. Just at the moment when Luo Hu's figure flashed forward, the 6 celestial dragons royals who had been chasing after them finally arrived. Of course, this does not mean that their speed is enough to catch up with Luo Hu, because at this moment, Luo Hu, whose strength has increased greatly again, took the initiative to return to the original path and chase after him. Untouchables? Even after being refined into zombies, their mouths still stink. Luo Hu's face turned cold, and he used his dragon claws covered with purple dragon scales with terrifying force to slam down the head of the celestial dragon's royal that was chasing him the fastest. With a bang, the terrifying force instantly shrank its head. Just like a deflated ball, the entire top of the head was directly dented. However, facing the bloody scene, the other 5 celestial dragons' royal corpses remained calm, like emotionless killing machines, making sharp and piercing cries. Their entire bodies turned black, and their Haki quickly and violently wrapped around them, extremely hard, like black armor, and a Black Conqueror's thunderstorm effect also appeared between their fists and blades. In an instant, everywhere was filled with real-time attacks from a distance brought about by Conqueror's Haki. The extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki instantly entangled and hit Luo Hu's purple dragon scale armor that had just recovered. Boom, 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 boom. The extremely severe pain still spread throughout my body. However, this time, these celestial dragons at the level of Emperor Generals no longer had any means or strength to break through Luo Hu's dragon scale defense, which had been upgraded to a higher level and was also wrapped with Haki. 2 terrifying fiery auras of magma and flame began to flow. At this moment, Luo Hu rose into the air above the cold battlefield like a ball of fire, with flames appearing in his hands. He immediately burned the corpse puppet whose skull had been flattened into ashes. But even in this situation, the other 5 celestial dragons' royal corpses continued to scream. The fists and blades shining with the 2-color Haki continued to flood towards Luo Hu's body. These guys' memories have been completely wiped out, leaving only some basic fighting instincts. Although fighting against this kind of thing saves time and effort, it is also quite difficult. After all, they really don't fear death anymore. Just like a mad dog, it bites everyone it sees. However, this behavior and personality are not much different from creatures like celestial dragons. Boom, 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 boom. Countless attacks wrapped with Conqueror's Haki were swung with extremely terrifying power, viciously stabbing at Luo Hu. Each attack was extremely powerful, carrying the supreme destructive power of Haki itself. Waves of painful pain shot through my body. Among these 5 celestial dragons royals, the attack of the woman with long light blue hair, gentle face, and enchanting figure especially made Luo Hu suffer unbearably. Is this the Queen Lily who claimed to have almost successfully backstabbed him? Even after being trained into a corpse puppet, Haki's strength can still be maintained so high. Luo Hu's face was distorted by the attack of Queen Lily's conqueror's Haki. He was furious as he looked at the corpse of Queen Lily in front of him, whose appearance was no less than that of the Empress. At the same time, Queen Lily's fair-skinned and beautiful body suddenly moved forward, carrying the terrifying power of Haki, and directly crashed into Luo Hu. Luo Hu's eyes were as sharp as torches, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He did not decide to show mercy at all because of the other party's almost perfect appearance. Haki wraps around the whole body and opens the arms directly. In an instant, Luo Hu was hit hard by the conqueror's body. Bang! Queen Lily's whole body slammed heavily into Luo Hu's chest. At the same time, Luo Hu's face became even more hideous and painful. This collision is not so easy. Die! Luo Hu hugged Queen Lily's body tightly in his arms and held her tightly. His two arms covered with purple-blue dragon scales suddenly closed and tightened, as if he was hugging a skinny elf, making a crackling sound. Phew! Under the crushing force of Luo Hu, the bones all over Queen Lily's body were exploding wildly. Her face and pelvis were being crushed rapidly, making crisp, bone-breaking sounds. Kill with sister in arms. The so-called beauty is nothing more than a test for ordinary people. Queen Lily's graceful figure would be rated at least 99 points in Luo Hu's own rating. But even so, it still couldn't stop Luo Hu from killing her. This is true even if the other party died 800 years ago. He hugged the corpse of Queen Lily in front of him tightly, and then the extremely hot breath began to burn, directly turning it into ashes on the ground. Just when Luo Hu killed another celestial dragon's royal at the level of a general emperor. Suddenly, for Haki attacked again. Luo Hu didn't even turn his head. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed something from the air next to him. Come here and die. Phew! The terrifyingly powerful dragon-scale palm grabbed a black head wrapped around Haki and suddenly exerted force, tearing the body of the celestial dragon's king, who was at the emperor level, into pieces on the spot like the straw head of a scarecrow. At this point, only 3 of the 7 celestial dragons' royal corpses that had originally chased after them were left. On this battlefield, the speed at which emperor-level warriors fall is as fast as the speed at which ants are crushed to death. Looking at the 3 celestial dragons' royals in front of him who still didn't know what fear meant and were still rushing towards him, Luo Hu's momentum surged again. Boom! Waves of terrifying heat swept past. The sword falls with the hand raised, under the extremely terrifying force attack. Finally, the 3 corpse puppets made by the celestial dragon's royal family were all melted into ashes. Damn evil spirit! Once the demonic power of the mythical beast is integrated into his body, it will give him even more powerful power. Don't worry about him. Focus on dealing with this damn rocks first. A glance at the 5 elders who were trying their best to encircle and suppress rocks. Suddenly, they noticed that 7 of the 20 emperor-level corpse puppets they brought, including Joey Boy, were destroyed in one go, and everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. When have they ever shown such an expression when they have always claimed to be the holders of the highest power in the world? These 20 corpse puppets are the true foundation of their world government. Lord Yim trusts the 5 of them so much. The result was such a huge loss. How long has the war just started? 7 royal corpses were wiped out in one go. When the time comes, Lord Yim's saint will blame them. Even if all 5 of them are beheaded, it will not be enough to atone for their sins. Damn it! That old guy Nasu Sholong talks big and keeps telling Lousy about the background of the world government. As a result, more than half of them died in less than one night. If the fight continues like this, even Lousy will be left on the sea. Damn it! I should have known better than to provoke this monster Luo Hu. What does the extermination of Wanakuni have to do with Lousy? Let those damned royal families restore their country on their own. For a moment, Luo Hu's successive killing of 7 celestial dragons' royal corpse puppets at the level of general emperors directly caused a huge commotion. At this moment, everyone who was still fighting on the battlefield was looking at the man whose sword was still dripping blood in the sky in blind shock. The most panicked one among them was the Golden Lion, who was being beaten by Zephyr without any ability to fight back. Realizing that he had stepped into a huge war between two governments and could not escape, he became uneasy, and even the blades in his hands, Muku and Sakura Ten, had lost their previous frankness and sharpness. Hey, Shiki, where are you looking at? How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? Don't I have any dignity? I think you really want to die today. In the sky, Zephyr, who was attacking with punch after punch and getting more and more powerful, was very keenly aware that the Golden Lion was distracted for a moment. Black arm dragon fist entanglement. Zephyr's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and his fist, which had already stretched out green dragon scales, was quickly wrapped with the black armament color and Conqueror's Haki of suppressed energy. As it swung through the air, it created a terrifying ripple. It was as if even the air was rippled by this shocking punch. Damn it! Golden Lion secretly thought that it was not good, but it was too late to block Zephyr's heavy punch wrapped with two-color Haki. With a distorted look of horror, he could only watch as the huge fist as big as a casserole quickly enlarged between his pupils. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by the sound of bones breaking was heard. Golden Lion was unable to dodge, and didn't even have the chance to defend himself with Haki wrapped around his body, before Zephyr's black arm dragon fist pierced through his heart. The moment the fist pierced through the chest, Zephyr's tough and powerful fingers directly grasped the Golden Lion's powerful heart that was beating wildly and pumping blood. Puff, puff. His eyes turned fierce, and murderous intent flashed across his brows for a moment. Zephyr grabbed the heart and stretched out his fist with all his strength, which went straight through the Golden Lion's back and penetrated it fiercely. Bang! Above the ice continent that was emitting cold air, the Golden Lion was fiercely smashed down from the sky. With a big hole pierced through his chest, he smashed a huge deep pit right in front of Kazan, who was reinforcing the ice battlefield with a very confused look in his eyes, revealing the surging seawater at the bottom of the ice. Zhoshun was surrounded by the thunder power of Thunder Fruit, and Zephyr lightly descended from the sky and stood on the ground next to the Golden Lion who was lingering on. Although his straight uniform of the admiral rank of the Great Qin government was chopped into pieces by the Golden Lion, it still rustled in the howling sea breeze. At this time, he who had already caused severe and fatal injuries to the legendary pirate's Golden Lion now had several deep gashes on his body that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Obviously, the price Zephyr paid for having the opportunity to crush the Golden Lion's heart with his bare hands was not so easy. Zephyr looked relaxed, without any psychological burden, at the Golden Lion who was struggling to survive on the ground and whose aura had been weakened to the ultimate level. Shiki. Oh yes, your name should be Shimatsuki Shiki. Whether it was when Luo Hu was a Marine or now he is an admiral in the Daxing government, we are old friends, so I won't waste any more time talking. If you have any last words, please say them now while you still have breath. This day, next year, will be your Memorial Day. But now there's basically no one who will go to Wanakuni to pay tribute to you, right? Zephyr's murderous words were heard by the Golden Lion, as suffocating as the devil's base. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can control Laozi like this? Are you kidding? Laozi is the Golden Lion, the legendary great pirates on this sea. Golden Lion laughed angrily, his eyes full of anger and shame after being looked down upon. Facing this ungrateful guy, Zephyr frowned. I gave him a chance to say his last words, but this is what I got in return. Zephyr raised his fist viciously. Then his muscles swelled instantly, and under the dense dragon scales, his sandbag-sized fist once again smashed toward Shiki's crown like a human bomb. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter? Has your murderous aura become so strong after you became a running dog for a new government? Even if you kill me, what can you do? The reputation of the lousy golden lion will be spread across this sea for at least several decades, or even 100 years. However, before Golden Lion could finish his words, Zephyr's heavy and fast fist came crashing down. The dull sound of confrontation was heard again at the scene. Shiki barely managed to take the blow. Blood started to surge in his pupils. Death energy was already filling his entire body. His arms were shaking, but his face showed a proud expression. Then, Zephyr's black fist with green dragon scales stretched out between his pupils, enlarged again. Snap, snap, snap! The delicate and bone-chilling snapping sounds continued. Zephyr showed no mercy, swinging his fist like a whirlwind and repeatedly hitting the defenseless golden lion on the ground. It only took a moment. Zephyr's fist was covered with countless pieces of blood and flesh. The golden lion Shimatsuki Shiki, who had just been shouting that he was a legendary pirate, was hammered until even the top of his head was shattered into a dozen pieces that splattered all over the ground. Next to them, Kazan was repairing the ice battlefield full of holes while looking at Mr. Zephyr, who used to be gentle and elegant with gold-rimmed glasses in front of him, with a shocked look. This middle-aged man changes so fast, from the friendly attitude towards everyone in the past to the murderous look when he waves his hand while wearing sunglasses now. It's only been a few short months. Alara, Mr. Zephyr, seems to have become a different person. Kazan looked a little strange as he took out a brand-new bottle of sherry in green packaging from his bag, and then threw it in front of Zephyr with one real sip. I have always been myself, Kazan kid, but after leaving Marine, I have become freer. Zephyr took the sherry expressionlessly and drank it all. After drinking the refreshing beer, Zephyr rushed to the large number of world government troops again and started killing them wantonly. The destructive power caused by a wave of his hand instantly killed dozens of senior world government agents. Just as Zephyr rushed into the crowd and destroyed and killed thousands of world government troops with his extremely strong combat power. At the same time, the battle between Garp and the two celestial dragons' royal corpses also made great progress. Garp, do you need my help? Sengoku, who had just recovered, looked at Garp, who was swinging his fist vigorously, with some concern while fighting against a royal family member. After watching for a while, I felt that my words were a bit redundant. After all, Garp was so aggressive at the moment that he didn't seem to need his support at all. This guy, his armament Haki skills are on par with that rock's. Sengoku looked at the pure black ultimate armament Haki wrapped around Garp's arm and muttered with envy. Ha, I don't need that at all. They're just two trash celestial dragons. I can kill them both in an hour at most. After hearing the question from his old comrade Sengoku, Garp took the time to respond with a heartless smile, then suddenly stretched out his hands and used his famous warrior skills to directly pinch the faces of the two celestial dragons' royal corpses. He who hesitates is weak. These few bodies that are too old should just lie still in their coffins, falling to the bottom of the sea. With the ultimate perfection of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki's long-range attack, and Garp's natural super strength talent, the two celestial dragons' royals in front of him, whose faces were pinched by him, were controlled and stiffened on the spot. Afterwards, it was knocked back several kilometers with a loud bang, fell on the sea surface, and smashed out a deep hole with a diameter of over 100 meters. Two celestial dragons' royals fell into the ice, spitting blood, and their pupils bulged out. Many bones throughout his body were cracked by Garp's beating, and even a few ribs were shattered inside his body. Under normal circumstances, for strong men of the same level to determine the winner, it would take at least 10 days and 10 nights to win with a slight advantage. However, the strength of these celestial dragons' royal families is comparable to that of the general emperor level. But after all, they have been completely wiped out by the world government in recent years, and the wisdom in their souls has dissipated all their memories. Under such circumstances, although the combat will become very brave, it will more or less lack some flexibility. Therefore, when facing Garp, who has strong strength and has perverted to a certain level, he will be directly caught and paralyzed and seriously injured on the spot. Good job, Garp. On the other side, Zephyr, who was madly bullying the weak and slaughtering the world government troops, smiled approvingly. Strictly speaking, Zephyr's military service and status make him Garp's predecessor. After all, when he was fighting on the battlefield, Garp hadn't joined the Marine yet. Zephyr is naturally very happy that this guy, who also resents the world government, has the opportunity to vent his anger on the celestial dragons. Now the situation on the entire battlefield can almost be said to be one-sided. It won't be long before the world government collapses. Of course, Zephyr himself also clearly saw Rox, who was being beaten up by the 5 elders on the battlefield on the other side. However, Zephyr knew very well that his strength was not enough to participate in the Battle of Rox. Given the combined strength of the 5 elders, if he rushed in, his injuries would probably be even more serious. Instead of dragging their feet, it would be better to rush directly into the world government's army and start killing people, relieving the pressure on the Qin government's army. After all, the Qin government had just established its army, and within a short period of time, generals and officers of all levels were very scarce. The world government's army is estimated to be at least 400,000 to 500,000 people. The two sides met with swords, blood flew everywhere, and the killing was so intense that the sky was dark. The fact that the Qin government, which is at a disadvantage in terms of manpower and the number of generals and officers, has been able to hold on until now is a sign of crazy high morale. Zephyr saw this. That's why they chose to rush into the crowd, grab the other party's senior agent, and beat him madly. On the other side, Rox, who was being beaten madly, had his eyes bleeding from the remaining Haki of the powerful Joey Boy Corpse. Hey, Luo Hu, if you don't come over here, Lousy will be beaten to death. Rox's tone, expression, and movements were all extremely excited. He didn't expect that this time he came out well prepared, but he would be beaten so badly. I wanted to suddenly crash into the battlefield and act big. I didn't expect that I failed to show off, but was slapped in the face and lost all my phase, having obtained the Kirin fruit and quickly cultivated to the awakened state. Rox originally thought that his strength had been greatly improved again, but the fact seems that facing the simultaneous attack of so many powerful people, he still can't deal with it as flawlessly as Luo Hu, the real cheating evil ghost. Damn you, Rox. Why don't you just become a legend? What's the point of crawling out from underground now? The 5 elders were almost biting their teeth off at this point. The situation on the world government army side is not optimistic. It can even be described as a complete defeat. Golden Lion's crappy foreign player was killed after only playing for a few hours. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and other high-ranking admirals from the naval headquarters betrayed the government at the critical moment. They were no longer able to stop Luo Hu, the evil ghost, from killing people. All of this started with Rox, the guy who suddenly appeared and blocked their way. If Rox hadn't appeared, they would have been able to take Joey Boy's corpse puppet and directly end the evil ghost's life. Then we will focus on cleaning up those damn traitors in naval headquarters. But now it's all over. It's all over. The world government has someone who can limit Luo Hu's advanced combat power and is able to pull his hands out. Moreover, in order to deal with the evil ghost Luo Hu, according to current experience, at least 6 or more admiral forces must be gathered. Kill the world government's army with all your strength. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, retreat first and don't force your way in. Wait until the admiral has time to fight, and then we can finish them all off. Facing Rox, his old friend and mentor, Luo Hu quickly gave orders to his troops. In this wave, as long as we kill a few more 5 elders, world government is definitely about to collapse. 5 elders are also celestial dragons. All celestial dragons must be killed. A strong murderous look flashed in Luo Hu's eyes, and then his body quickly teleported. He went straight to the battlefield between the 5 elders and Rox. Although now that him has been hiding and has not appeared yet. But as long as these 5 elders die, the world government will definitely be seriously damaged. Moreover, Luo Hu can directly obtain the demonic power from the 5 fantasy beasts on the opponent's body to continue to greatly enhance his own strength. Within a split second, Rox was knocked to the ground again by the 5 elders' powerful Haki attack, and his body was on the verge of being seriously injured. He intervened in the center of the battlefield with a huge amount of Haki, and pulled up Rox, who was knocked to the ground and looked somewhat miserable, and directly blocked the 5 elders who were ready to kill Rox. Seeing Luo Hu's terrifying figure with dark fruit smoke coming out of his whole body, the 5 elders in front of him stood still and stared at Luo Hu. Evil ghost, don't get too carried away. This world cannot be ruled by little brats like you. What awaits you is the most powerful and only God in this world, Lord Narona Imshin. The 5 elders' faces turned pale, and they were obviously so angry that they jumped up and down because they couldn't kill Rox because of Luo Hu Wulong. Luo Hu's eyes were terrifying and flickering under the moonlight, and an invisible, terrifying aura emanated from his body. With his current strength, it is meaningless for him to kill ordinary troops and enemies. Only the feeling of revenge by actually killing the celestial dragons can make Luo Hu happy. The 5 elders were obviously very good targets. Not just celestial dragons, but the king of celestial dragons from the original generation 800 years ago. Narona Imsheng? What a ridiculous name. If he really has the ability, why doesn't he come to rescue you? There's no point in talking anymore. I will kill you now. Then I will attack your celestial dragon's holy land, Mariehua, once again. I will massacre you, the so-called God clan. Luo Hu looked terrifying, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. The 5 elders looked at each other as if they had made a difficult choice, and then spoke with an unusually cold tone that revealed the aura of an extremely powerful and confident superior. Arrogant, just wait for your death. The real God will let you feel what irresistible power is. 5 elders has not finished speaking. Whoosh! Luo Hu's body suddenly rose up. The speed reached ultimate, and a terrifying Haki pressure permeated his whole body. The dense black thunder caused by Conqueror's Haki covered it like a continuous shadow. The veins on the shiny black fist were exposed, and the muscles bulged. The moment Conqueror's aura was wrapped around him, he smashed it hard towards the 5 elders' forehead, so fast, accurate, and fierce that it was almost impossible to catch. Anyone who is not strong enough and can only reach the admiral level will die on the spot under the power of this punch. There is no chance of resistance. However, at this moment, the 5 elders did not show any sign of changing their expressions at all when faced with such a powerful punch. It's as if there's no fear at all. The corners of their mouths curled up in a hint of sneer. Then, at the moment when Luo Hu was wrapped in armament Haki, Conqueror's 2-color Haki was about to land a punch as powerful as a nuclear bomb explosion. A black teleportation array appeared incredibly quickly under the feet of the 5 elders. Boom! A horrible roar and explosion occurred. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki is spreading everywhere. Luo Hu's punch, which could easily kill any Emperor-level warrior in an instant, viciously hit the place where the 5 elders had just stood. Then, taking this position as the origin, a huge gully like a rift valley was created on the vast battlefield, covering dozens of kilometers in radius. The loud noise caused by this terrifying attack made countless powerful people around look at each other in confusion. The shock between the pupils could not be dissipated at all. No one has the confidence to face Luo Hu's attack head-on. The ice mist raised by the flying ice chips gradually dissipated. Kazan, who was still busy repairing the ice battlefield, looked at the huge rift in front of him with a confused face, which could not be filled at all. Damn it, are we still allowed to work properly? Don't you guys know to take it easy every time you make a move? They were all smashed to pieces, and one by one they fell into the sea to feed the fish. Kazan muttered in dissatisfaction, but continued to frantically lay the ice battlefield to prevent any soldiers from falling into the abyss and losing their lives. At this time, Luo Hu, who was emitting a breath of black smoke, missed his punch and failed to catch the magic circle that the 5 elders used to teleport. He could only watch the 5 celestial dragons disappear before his eyes. However, the next moment, a smile appeared on Luo Hu's face, because at the moment when the 5 elders left, the aftermath of Luo Hu's punch had already shaken them. The system has also prompted that it has successfully absorbed the demonic power of 5 mythical beasts. Although the 5 elders were not killed directly, but they can't run to the ends of the earth. Obtain 5 mythical beast-level demon powers again. Luo Hu has also made significant improvements in the 3-dimensional system of strength, speed, and physical strength. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan Nyonyo fruit. Mythical beast Gyuki form. Awakening 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan pig fruit. Mythical beast seal form. Awakening 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan mama fruit. Mythical beast-A horsebone form. Awakening 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan bird fruit. Mythical beast Izuna Tenma form. Awakening 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan bug fruit. Mythical beast E desert sandworm form. Awakening 100%. 5 different kinds of demonic power transformed into extremely pure energy and rushed directly into Luo Hu's body like a rushing river, constantly strengthening his already terrifying body cells. The fiery breath surges. The clothes on Luo Hu's upper body burned silently and quickly turned into ashes, revealing a body so powerful that it shocked people. Now, all of Luo Hu's blood vessels and veins were bulging and beating nonstop, filled with an inexplicably powerful aura, and the power in his body surged to the ultimate level. With the blessing of this terrifying physical fitness, Luo Hu has clearly felt that the purity of his conqueror's Haki is beginning to transform to a higher level. Slowly standing up from the broken ground, Luo Hu gently shook his hands, and then his body began to rise. Standing in the void, with a terrifying body, his eyes glanced calmly at the celestial dragon's royal corpses on the battlefield, whose minds had been wiped out and who could only attack and kill nonstop. On the ground battlefield, the Marines, CP, and the new government troops were still fighting in a chaotic battle, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The battlefield was extremely crazy, as if the end of the world was coming. Looking at this dark battlefield that was completely dominated by the Emperor level, Luo Hu raised his finger. It pointed directly at the top of the head of one of the celestial dragon's royal corpse puppets. Next moment, the dazzling and impossible to look at directly lightning laser began to condense. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield felt the fear from the bottom of their hearts. In a few seconds, boom! The explosive and incredibly fast attack swept across with an extreme roar and shattered directly into the entire dark battlefield. Then he plunged directly into the celestial dragon's royal family, who were fighting madly in the army. There was no power to resist at all. After being penetrated by the terrifying thunder laser, the abdomen of a corpse puppet expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was inflated, and quickly grew larger, turning into the shape of a pregnant woman in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind the last sentence a voice that seemed to be a whisper and a howl. The body and skull of this celestial dragon's royal corpse puppet, which was very lucky to be chosen by Luo Hu, were like porcelain. They were instantly covered with countless shattered cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded, leaving blood all over the ground. This is the most terrifying attack that is unleashed by the abilities of multiple devil fruits in the ultimate's body and with the blessing of extremely high Haki. Is this really the power of human beings? It's so perverted. The final order issued by Marshal Kong really determines the fate of all of us. Pua-ha-ha-ha-ha. Celestial dragons. My iron fist tastes good, right? Luo Hu's power shocked all the Marines present who were already in the same camp as the new government. Everyone only knew that Luo Hu's power was top-notch in the world, but they didn't know that Luo Hu could actually kill a general-level warrior at such a long distance. Even Kaido and the others showed a hint of shock on their faces, because only those who live together day and night can feel most directly that their commander's strength has risen to a level that they will never reach and is really incomprehensible. After casually killing a corpse puppet, Luo Hu looked at the rest of the Celestial Dragon's royal family, who were still immersed in aimless killing. Then, the terrifying Haki's crazy oppression was released. Blood instantly gushed out of the 7 orifices of the 3 Celestial Dragons. They groaned in agony without realizing it. The gold-studded clothes on their bodies turned scarlet in an instant, as if they had turned into 3 bloody men. Plop, plop. After the extremely suppressed sound of heartbeats passed, the 3 royals fell one after another, their bodies shattered and scattered like glass fragments, and they were completely dead. At this moment, the Celestial Dragon's royal family left on the battlefield are basically powerless. With Kaido, Bullet, Kongu, Zephyr, and others, we are fully capable of killing them all. However, if we let these people do the killing, it would take too much time. Moreover, the power unleashed between Emperor-level warriors will definitely cause more damage, as screams rang out on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the new government's army were shattered by the rampaging Celestial Dragon's royal family, and they closed their eyes with boundless pain. Looking at the pain in the eyes of the soldiers who obeyed his orders, Luo Hu's heart also flashed a hint of emotional change. His pupils turned fierce. Murderous intent rose in his heart, and his terrifying body rushed forward in an instant. The moment he rushed out, Luo Hu's godlike body exuded extreme power, and each muscle was like the most perfect work of art in the world, impeccable. Although he has lost his once terrifying height and size, his power and strength have become even more irresistible. P.S. The author has to protect the border, so he has almost no time to update. Dear readers, I am sorry, Delta, for the justice and peace of the new government's future. Kill, kill, kill. Under the crazy crush of the Celestial Dragon's royal family, countless weak soldiers were crushed into minced meat and blood. But even with such large-scale casualties, there are still people fighting hard forward. They seem to have inner faith and were as fearless as those Marine soldiers who shouted for justice. At this moment, Luo Hu's powerful body burst out with terrifying power again, and then his figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Even a powerful emperor could only turn his head vaguely to track the location where Luo Hu disappeared. On the other side of the battlefield, Rox, the former overlord of the sea, was excitedly fighting with all his might against the white giant in front of him. The powerful Haki spread everywhere, causing waves of violent aftermath. On the surface, the battle between Rox and Joy Boy is basically in a very balanced state. Neither side gained any advantage at all. Exhale. The power of freedom is irresistible. The figure approached quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the last few Celestial Dragons of the Emperor level. Luo Hu turned his head and looked at Joey Boy, who had slightly suppressed Rox. It seemed that the remaining consciousness showed signs of revival, and a hint of strangeness appeared in Joy Boy's pale pupils. He had no intention of escaping from the battlefield. Instead, he ignored Rox's fist wrapped around Conqueror's Haki and rushed towards Luo Hu's position. However, the fact is that, before Joey Boy could complete his move, Luo Hu's terrifying big hand had already wrapped around the terrifying Haki and grabbed him in an instant. The palms of the hands are burning with the fiery and exploding scent of Maramara fruit, lava fruit, and thunder fruit, and the violent Haki power permeates the entire palm and overflows wildly. Invisible constraints oppressed everyone present. With the help of extreme speed, Luo Hu came from behind and arrived first. He flashed behind Joey Boy's retreat and blocked his tattered body. Then in an instant, a big hand grabbed Joy Boy's flaming white hair and threw it hard onto the ice. Faced with Luo Hu's terrifying power and Haki attack, The remaining body of Joey Boy still laughed crazily and emotionlessly. Then his whole body was like a broken sack, and Luo Hu pulled his white hair and smashed it onto the ice. There was a loud bang at the scene, and Joy Boy's stiff body smashed the ice surface within a radius of 10 miles, causing it to shatter with a crackling sound. Blood began to drip as the broken ice splashed everywhere. After beating Joy Boy, who was at the level of a sea overlord, into incapacitating him with one move, Luo Hu immediately raised his other hand. The aura of Haki was extremely terrifying, and it was still filled with purple high-temperature thunder and flowing magma, which slammed directly into the face of Joy Boy, whose body was trembling. Ha 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 ha. Is this the power of freedom? A new era is coming. When on the verge of death, Joy Boy's body seemed to regain some consciousness. After taking a closer look at the strength, Haki had completely surpassed Luo Hu, and then he burst into crazy laughter again. However, at this moment, Luo Hu was in no mood to understand the bad things that happened 800 years ago. Boom! After taking a deep breath, the terrifying two-color Haki was released again. Luo Hu punched the white giant on the top of his head, smashing his entire head into pieces. His face was instantly displaced and shattered. The entire skull was instantly covered with countless cracks, like fragile porcelain. The fluid and blood in the skull were all crushed out by Luo Hu's terrifying power and flew everywhere along the cracks in the body's bones. Ha 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 ha! Amid the last laugh, Luo Hu calmly watched the white giant in front of him fall down. P.S. I will update it when I have time. In the future, the plot will jump to the world of Lin Zhengying and write supernatural stories, _ Anyway, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a golden armored corpse with thunder fruit. Boom! With a dull sound, the Joy Boy, who had fought with him for the entire world 800 years ago, finally sank into the sea with only a completely dead body left. Countless Marines, soldiers, strong men from all walks of life, and a small number of top generals looked at Luo Hu in the air, facing the gentle sea breeze and the scorching sun that had already appeared in the sky. Luo Hu's perfect body stood quietly high in the sky. His muscles arranged neatly all over his body contained the most terrifying power in the world. His veins bulged, and his conqueror's Haki, which had broken through to the god level, exuded an irresistible aura. His body was already glowing with a divine luster. His black hair was loose, and the occasional sun god form seemed to have an indescribable charm. The war is over, and all our armies have been brought back. After leaving a word to the strong men who survived on the battlefield, Luo Hu's body began to hollow out, ready to kill his way to the holy land of Mariehua alone. Mr. Commander, please take us with you. We can still continue to fight, just for the justice of the Marine. Next to Chief of Staff Suru of the Naval Headquarters, Guion, a Marine of the younger generation, shouted with a firm and confident tone. Guion, the level of the Holy Land is not something you can participate in now. Don't be willful. Kongu, Garp, and others from the Marine side smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Young people are too impulsive. Luo Hu, who was about to leave, paused for a moment when he heard the young Marine's thoughts. After taking a quick look at Guion, whose eyes were filled with determination, Luo Hu nodded in agreement. Maybe the Marine Department was once a violent organization serving the world government, but in the name of justice, they never lack people who are pursuing justice. But then again, the level of combat power in the Holy Land of Mariehua is simply not something that the young Marine in Guion, who has not yet grown up, can handle. Even if one truly reaches the level of a general emperor, he can still fall at any minute. After all, Im's strength has been clearly demonstrated in the comics. As the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's own strength is definitely on par with that of the Emperor-level strongmen. But when he confronted Im, he was killed instantly. This point alone is enough to prove that Im's strength has surpassed that of the Emperor by many times. At least it is several levels stronger than Rox, the overlord of the sea. The future world needs the protection of you, the Justice Marines. Leave the celestial dragon's holy land to me. After leaving behind a few words in a bland tone, Luo Hu's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. In that case, then I have to go home. There's soup stewing at home. Seeing that Luo Hu had left, Rock's originally defiant expression gradually faded and turned into the look of a middle-aged uncle. Before leaving, Rox turned around to look at the people who were standing there in complete confusion, with faces full of shock and disbelief. Ahem, I forgot to tell you, my son is already 8 years old this year. He will definitely become a qualified man in the future. A few hours later, all personnel on the battlefield covered with broken ice had completed their retreat. All that was left at the scene was a sea dyed red by blood and a devastated battlefield. Meanwhile, above Mariewa, the holy land of celestial dragons. Your performance today really surprised me. Could it be that these world's highest powers under my command are just a bunch of stray dogs? I gave you more than 20 powerful cyborgs, and they were all killed before they could even make a splash. Even killing 20 pigs would take some time, right? It seems that you who once stood confidently on top of the huge kingdom castle have been corrupted by power that you should not have. Your physical strength is indeed much weaker than before. On the throne of emptiness, and was still wearing a black robe from head to toe, sitting upright, and the majesty he exuded was even stronger. Those sharp eyes like an eagle exuded an extremely terrifying aura. But at this moment, it was obviously unable to sit still. The news brought back to her by the 5 elders, the world's highest authority under her command, was too frightening for her. Although the dozen or so kings who had destroyed the huge kingdom with her were not given the power of immortality, they were transformed by lunar technology. The king's strength is definitely not weaker than the highest combat power level of the naval headquarters. However, such a force that was powerful enough to destroy a huge kingdom just disappeared like a leaf falling on a lake. Is the prophecy made 100 years ago going to come true? Is fate really something that humans cannot control? Joey boy, damn you silly moon kid. I won't let you succeed. I can do the same with Haki at the god level. Hidden under the black robe, Im, who had a youthful face and skin like that of a young girl, clenched his hands and stared at the gate under the throne of the world with a sharp gaze. Lord Im, please allow us to explain the development of the matter. All of this is to blame on that damn evil ghost. Under the throne, one of the 5 elders, Saint Jagarsha Satan, cried out with an angry voice and a shaking body. However, before he could finish his words, Im, who was deep in thought on the throne, glanced at his 5 subordinates who were lying on the ground with great dissatisfaction because his thoughts were interrupted. After feeling this intense gaze, the other 4 companions of Saint Satan and Jagarsha began to feel an extremely ominous premonition brewing inside their violently beating hearts. If you don't want to die, shut up and stop talking. Satan, the great god is angry. All of this is due to our incompetence. Seeing that the situation was not right, several friends around him began to persuade Satan to stop crying. After hearing his partner's voice, Satan realized the mistakes he had made. After looking up at the figure on the throne for a second, Satan felt a sudden and extremely severe pain in his heart. He looked down with a painful expression. However, he found that his originally strong and powerful heart had been entangled by a black energy arrow and pierced directly into pieces on the ground. The so-called Admiral-level combat power is nothing more than a casual attack in the hands of Lord Amu. After casually killing the subordinates who had followed him for hundreds of years, Im looked calm as if nothing had happened. He just used his eagle-like gaze to look at the other 4 highest powers in the world who were lying on the ground and dared not say a word. At this moment, the air seemed to condense, and the remaining 4 highest powers in the world were truly terrified. In the outside world, there are terrifying enemies like Luo Hu. But when we return to the Holy Land, we have to face Lord Yim, who is completely enraged. Imu is so angry. After crawling on the ground for a long time with trembling faces, the 4 old men whispered something in a trembling voice. However, at this moment, Im did not react at all, as if he did not hear what they said at all. He just stretched out his hand calmly and passed it across the air in front of him. At the moment when Im drew his finger, the originally peaceful space was cut open by a sharp blade, revealing a tiny crack. There was only darkness and a silence as dead inside the crack. Soon, under Im's operation, Satan's body, whose heart was pierced but still struggling to survive, was swallowed directly by the crack. Under the influence of the turbulence of space, Saint Satan's body was strangled into a bloody mist almost instantly. Then Im took out a piece of fruit and placed it neatly in front of the space crack, as if he was waiting for something. The weak can only complain. Since you can't be the highest authority in this world, then give up your position. Soon, Im Gyujing's calm voice sounded, as if without any emotion, and the fruit in her hand suddenly turned into a blood-red devil fruit. It is obvious that the devil fruit in Im's hand at this moment is the fruit ability of the Zoan, the bull fruit, the mythical beast, and the Gyuki form that Saint Satan used before. Im directly used his ability to lock the surrounding space, resulting in the devil fruit ability having no chance to escape after the ability user died, thus realizing the ability to recycle the god-level fruit. The few old men around who had worked with Saint Satan for more than 800 years could only watch in silence as their old friend, with whom they had fought for many years, was miserably executed just because he complained a few times. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the quiet Holy Land. Immediately afterwards, dozens of celestial dragons appeared in front of him, and at the head of the group was Saint Fegelin Gallon, who once served as a member of the Knights of God. Following behind him is the most powerful group of celestial dragons in the entire world government so far. This is the final background of world government. We are willing to kill all enemies for the great Lord Im. Gallon Saint should be able to directly take over the position of Satan 5 elders this time. If it weren't for the seniority system, Satan would never have been in this position. The celestial dragons that followed Saint Gallon also understood what had happened after seeing the bloodline on the ground and the disappearance of Saint Satan. As they are closer to Saint Gallon, they naturally hope that he can take over the position of the 5 elders. The remaining 4-5 elders glared angrily at these ignorant juniors. Kneel down! A loud shout went over. Jialin Sheng, with his head full of red hair, and all the celestial dragons knelt on the ground in unison. A group of celestial dragons, who are extremely noble to the outside world, are lying on the ground without any dignity, waiting for their god. Well, get up. Sitting on the throne of the world, Im's eyes under the black robe did not show any emotion. He just glanced coldly at the celestial dragons on the ground who barely had a little fighting power. Normally speaking, these celestial dragons don't actually have much blood relationship with her family. The very few bloodlines of her Nerona family had long been lost in the long river of history. As of now, Luo Hu, who had emerged from the outside world and whose strength was comparable to hers or even stronger, could easily deal with these so-called celestial dragons in front of him with just a wave of his hand. It can even be said that these celestial dragons below are just a group of cannon fodder. However, in a battle between truly powerful beings, being able to hold up the opponent for a little while can play a very important role in the outcome of the battle. Yim's own goal is to use the few remaining combat forces within the world government to contain Luo Hu in the upcoming battle. Even if it can only be done for a few minutes, it is better than nothing. We are willing to fight for the great god, Saint Naraname, and clear away all obstacles that attempt to overthrow the celestial dragon's regime. After receiving the order from Saint Im, all the dragons, including Saint Gallon, quickly stood up and clenched their right fists in a loud and clear voice and swore an oath. Facing these celestial dragons whose blood is already boiling, Im, who was covered in a black robe, casually threw out his own Nyonyo fruit, mythical bee species that Gyuki-shaped devil fruit, and turned around silently, leaving only a lonely back. Saint Shim's reward. Facing the aloof Im, Gallon Sheng, the supreme commander of the Knights of God, did not show any emotional reaction. He just quickly raised his hand and took the gyuki fruit, which was considered the highest grade in the animal room. Eat it. As celestial dragons, we would not bother to use ordinary devil fruits, but this gyuki fruit is different. It is the power passed down from the previous 5 elders Satan. It will be of great help to your physique. After coming into contact with the gyuki fruit, Galen Sheng quickly assigned it to the female adjutant, who was a member of the inner guards and had a curvy figure and fair complexion and was following closely beside him. Even if there are other celestial dragons around who are more suitable for this fruit, it will not affect his direct control at all. After all, in this world, power always holds the primary right of distribution. Thank you, sir. After taking the gyuki fruit, Itamitsu opened his mouth wide and chewed it up and swallowed it without any hesitation. Indeed, as mentioned before, celestial dragons have no interest in ordinary devil fruit. Not only would that kind of low-end ability only slightly improve combat power, it would also create fatal weaknesses. But they still cherish those higher-grade devil fruits very much. After eating the devil fruit, Kana quickly mastered the ability to transform her entire body into an animal and turn directly into a giant spider with a human head, just like the previous Satan. I feel the power surge in my body. Master Jalen, I believe that with the power of the gyuki fruit, I will definitely be able to help you kill the evil Luo Hu. Kana couldn't help but scream in a shrill voice when she looked at her new body. Then she turned her head and expressed her loyalty to Galen Shungda beside her. The 5 elders who were still lying on the ground watched their old friend's devil fruit ability being distributed so easily. Even if they wanted to say something, they could only watch in anger and fear. After all, it was the devil fruit that Saint impersonally took out of Satan's body. They no longer have any right to interfere. However, before Kana could finish her words, amidst the calm, a voice that revealed an extreme disdain rang out directly in the empty palace. The voice was filled with an indescribable and terrifying murderous aura. Interesting, even now, there are still celestial dragons who want to kill me. Hearing this, Im, who was about to sit on the throne of the world, paused slightly. Garen Sheng, who was originally standing at the front of the line, suddenly changed color, revealing an expression of extreme horror, and quickly and silently retreated behind all the celestial dragons. Lord Im, the moon technology back then could not kill him at all. He is now even more terrifying than before. After retreating behind everyone, Saint Galen quickly reminded Saint Im to pay attention to the location of the gate. I saw a figure slowly walking towards the dark area. The body posture is normal, and the muscles all over the body are streamlined, which looks full of a very powerful beauty of strength. There was no indication of any change in those eyes, except for a very faint hint of murderous intent. Luo Hu, I was surprised that I didn't kill you back then. On the throne of the world, Im sat down slowly and spoke in a low voice. She could clearly feel that Luo Hu's aura had reached the point where it could suppress her. No need for polite words. Just let me sit in your seat. Luo Hu clenched his fist, making a crisp explosion sound. If you are willing, you can take this position. Perhaps there is a better way for us to cooperate. This status doesn't really mean anything special. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The whole world can be yours. When he heard that Luo Hu was actually coming for his position as the world's throne, a trace of fluctuation flashed through Yim's heart. At her stage in life, the so-called rights, money, and so on have actually lost all their meaning. Rather than offending others for these unimportant things, it is extremely irrational to confront a strong person who is equal to or even stronger than yourself. No need to be so polite. I can take whatever I want myself. For example, your special spatial ability. Luo Hu looked at the world ruler in front of him with a rather teasing tone, who had an unbelievably noble temperament. To be honest, what he said was true. Luo Hu had indeed been staring at Yim's spatial ability for a long time. If he had this ability, perhaps the space jump method that Luo Hu had long wanted to try could be realized. Use the power of the time fruit to break through the time barrier, and then directly travel through time and space to other worlds. After all, In the spatial world of the Pirate's King, Luo Hu no longer has anything to look forward to. The only way is to go to other worlds, find more powerful strength, and enrich yourself. One day, you may even go to the super wide-angle fantasy world in fantasy novels where every flower and leaf is a world, every drop is a Bodhi tree, and the sword energy spans 30,000 miles. Lord him. It's useless to say these words to this prisoner who rebelled against the gods. We must rely on the power of the gods to kill him. Kana, who had transformed into the form of Gyuki, curled her lips into a confident smile and looked towards Luo Hu's position with her pearly teeth, ready to kill him. Hearing this, Luo Hu was stunned for a moment. Then his expression remained unchanged. He just gently moved his neck, then raised his hand slightly and said, "There is never a lack of courageous people in this world." Whoosh! The moment Luo Hu raised his hand, the condensed Haki power reached ultimate, and all the abilities were activated, spreading to his limbs and bones, and finally flowing to his fingers. In an instant, the attack with the power increased to ultimate flew out directly at a completely invisible speed. Saint, who was sitting on the throne of the world, narrowed his eyes and stared at the attack. However, at this moment, Sheng was horrified to find that he could hardly keep up with the trajectory of the attack. And the celestial dragon's Kana, who was still boasting a second ago, was directly shattered into a blood mist in front of everyone's unprepared gazes, and the whole person looked as terrible as if she had evaporated on the spot. Even Kana's first-class appearance and smiling face just now appeared in front of everyone. A powerful celestial dragon who had reached the level of Admiral of Headquarters was wiped out before anyone could react. The name of the evil ghost is so terrifying. It's really hard to imagine how you have acquired such strength. I have spent 800 years and 900 years integrating lunar technology and various abilities to reach my current level. And you are just an ordinary human in your 20s. How can you have such strength? Im's delicate body under the black robe trembled slightly, and his tone lost the confidence that he had at the beginning that he could defeat Luo Hu, just like he had defeated Joey Boy. It's not that Sheng himself is not confident or arrogant enough, but the aura displayed by Luo Hu and the attack power just now are really too terrifying. They are within the same level, but their combat effectiveness is indeed much different. Im can easily kill a Marine Admiral-level warrior in seconds, but he cannot completely wipe him out with just one move. And this is what makes Luo Hu so terrifying. What she couldn't do, Luo Hu could do easily. How could she not be horrified? Upon hearing this, the Celestial Dragon's warriors, who were originally excited and ready to charge forward at any time, were all stunned. Why would Sheng, who lives in legend, be so frightened when he sees Luo Hu, who is obviously a figure of the new era? This is the holy land of the Celestial Dragons, and also the location of their base camp. Once all of them launch a siege together, everything will be smashed to pieces. Luo Hu still dared to speak so brazenly at this time. It was obvious that he was defying the authority of their god clan. He must be killed. On the side, the strong men who gradually realized that they were at the advantage in numbers were so angry that their eyes were about to burst into flames. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This completely ignores them as the race that will rule the world. Obviously, Saint had already decided to lead the gods to step back and give up their position, but this guy now dares to take advantage of him. Evil people, so arrogant. Faced with this situation, even Sheng himself wanted to rush up and tear Rono into pieces. Unfortunately, she really couldn't figure out how powerful Luo Hu was. If you rush up to attack like those idiots, it will be easy to put yourself in a very dangerous situation. So even though Sheng herself felt greatly insulted in her heart, she still observed the changes in the situation and Luo Hu's actions very carefully. Damn it, is this really the only way we can act? Are we really going to watch this guy get so arrogant? Dozens of Celestial Dragons warriors looked at each other, and they all felt the humiliation and ultimate anger in the hearts of the other gods who were also of noble status. This is like rubbing the faces of the Celestial Dragons underfoot not to mention their glory 800 years ago. Even now, no one dares to ignore them like this. Although these celestial dragons usually only protect the interests of their own families and often engage in intrigue and fight. But at this moment, they also feel the crisis of the rise and fall of their race. In that case, why not fight again? The former Tianlong royal family was able to defeat all the powerful beings of the huge kingdoms and control the entire world, so they may be able to defeat Luo Hu and regain their status as the world's nobility. Thinking of this, the celestial dragons could no longer bear it, and their auras were released. Various Haki also began to be released. The momentum of dozens of admiral-level warriors almost instantly plunged the entire Hall of Power into extreme depression. Ha ha! Come on, you evil one, you rebellious fellow who defies the gods. Let me show you how powerful the celestial dragons are that have been able to rule this world for over 800 years. The celestial dragons in the hall laughed loudly and released all their aura into ultimate. Soon after, even Im Sheng uncovered his beautiful body hidden under the black robe and joined in the action of oppressing Luo Hu. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum of dozens of powerful men collided invisibly, and dense cracks and huge fissures appeared in the hall, which was made entirely of expensive jade and gold. That position, which symbolizes world power, is unstable and seems to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Just a bunch of stubborn garbage. Luo Hu's cold words rose and fell slightly. He no longer had any intention of explaining the species of celestial dragons. If we kill them all, no one will be innocent. As long as they enjoy the gold from heaven, they cannot avoid the source of sin. Luo Hu will continue to carry out his previous belief and kill all celestial dragons in this world. No one will be left alive. Boom! The next moment, the brutal war began again. In Luo Hu's body, the ultimate Haki power was activated, as mighty as a flood that broke through a dam, spreading to every part of his body. In almost an instant, Luo Hu's aura was pulled to the realm of perfection. Kill him! The celestial dragon's warriors who had been ready for battle started shouting. Oink, oink. There was a slight noise caused by leather shoes stepping on the jade floor. More than a dozen black shadows wielded sharp swords, black fists, and blades, and rushed towards Luo Hu, whose body was almost covered with flaws, like lightning. These dozen celestial dragons are already the strongest among the younger generation, and they are also the most daring to launch attacks. At this moment, even the remaining 4-5 elders and the leader of the Knights of God, Garen Sheng, were just hiding behind and observing the changes in the battle. They would not charge forward like these young people. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. The moment when a dozen celestial dragons that were fully capable of competing with the Admiral of Headquarters rushed over. The next moment, more than a dozen consecutive and orderly dull sounds were heard. Flesh exploded, blood splattered, and blood danced all over the ground. The scene was horrific. The celestial dragon's warriors that rushed over were hit one by Luo Hu, and all of them were accurately hit in the heart, top of the skull, chest, and other vital parts of the human body. Under the suppression of the godlike power, the scene was like hitting watermelons. More than a dozen warriors that rushed over were all exploded, and their headless and torsoless corpses flew across the sky, leaving a bloody mess. Go on. It's totally wishful thinking to think of killing me with this little strength. Luo Hu mercilessly shook off the blood on his fist, as if the ones who died in his hands were just a dozen mosquitoes, and not the high and mighty gods in the legend that common people had to kneel and kowtow to when they saw them. Nanny, how is this possible? What kind of strength is this? You couldn't even hold out for a second and were turned into gas. The remaining celestial dragon's warriors all widened their eyes and looked at Luo Hu in horror. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. What level of monster is this guy? Master him, please intervene. We are simply not capable of dealing with this evil ghost. The 5 elders turned their gaze towards Yim, who was sitting on the throne. At this time, Yim Sheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Hu's position. She had already understood Luo Hu's approximate strength from the battle just now, slightly better than her, but with the help of those useless people, there is still a chance. At this moment, facing the eagle-like gaze of Yimshang, Luo Hu glanced at him casually. The moment their eyes met, two figures rushed out at an unimaginable speed and killed each other. The only thing in Shang's mind was to kill Luo Hu, who was standing in front of him and didn't leave him any way out. Luo Hu needs to get the precious devil fruit with spatial ability from Yim. Boom! Boom! Two muffled explosions were heard, and the air exploded instantly, with a terrifying crease being cut by the two men's terrifying power and speed. Human, go to hell! Boom! After the words fell, Luo Hu and Yimshang swung their fists wrapped in the terrifying Haki almost at the same time, and attacked each other's chest to kill. In an instant, two incredibly powerful figures collided with each other with Haki released. The space in front of them exploded with powerful energy, tearing it into pieces of terrifying sharp winds, magma, and light beams. All kinds of fancy abilities were like cluster bombs, sweeping in all directions. At this stage, Luo Hu has acquired the ability to acquire more than 70% of the devil fruit in the world through the collection of the military government. And every attack can easily release all the devil fruit abilities along with the release of Haki. Although Yimshang's attack was also very powerful, and even accompanied by terrifying spatial force, it still lacked the most basic and most difficult power to determine the outcome of the battle compared to Luo Hu. With one blow, two completely different forces collided, and an unprovoked, terrifying roar of Haki broke out. Under the blessing of Luo Hu's own terrifying power, there was an extremely loud explosion, and Yimshang's delicate body flew backwards on the spot and slammed heavily in the distance. With a click, the entire delicate right arm was instantly fractured, and there were cracks all over it, just like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. At this moment, Luo Hu was floating steadily at a distance of 3 meters above the ground, with an inexplicable expression and calm eyes, without any change of emotion. It seemed that he didn't care at all about Yimshang's top appearance and perfect figure that could rank among the best in the world. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the Paramecia space fruit. Along with the long-lost mechanical synthesized sound, a unique and extremely destructive spatial attribute force began to emerge from Luo Hu's body. As the saying goes, time is king and space is emperor. No matter in which world, these two special attributes of time and space are synonymous with great power. Feeling this feeling that was completely different from any power he had ever felt, Luo Hu stretched out his finger and gently drew a line in space. In an instant, the originally peaceful space was cut open by that special energy, leaving a hole emitting a terrifying abyss. The relaxed and carefree sense of flow is like ripples on the calm surface of a lake. In the pirate's world, there are several other devil fruits that have spatial attributes. Almost every one of them has extremely high upper limits. For example, the ability of the Paramecia shock fruit on Whitebeard is like this. But even the shock fruit ability can only break the space of the original plane and cause certain damage. It is still far from the space fruit in Saint's body. Space power, I see, that's it. Yim muttered to himself, supporting himself with his left hand and standing up shakily. He looked towards Luo Hu's position with his swaying body. The sharp eagle-eye circles in his eyes kept flashing, as if he understood why the man in front of him could catch up with her achievements, which took her nearly 1,000 years to achieve in just a few years. After gasping for a few times, Shang shook his arm lightly, and the almost broken bones visibly recovered as before. She stared at Luo Hu indifferently, her red lips slightly parted, and said, "Since you also have spatial abilities, then you should also understand the fact that you can't kill me. With the ability to travel through space, I can escape directly into the space crack and leave this world if I want to. Although there are great dangers in the space turbulence, it is not an undesirable path. In other words, you can't kill me at all. Saint gently patted the dust off her black robe, and her demeanor had completely regained the confident, elegant, and dignified posture of the queen of the world. It is clear from Sheng's expression that she has made up her mind to give up all her status, power, money, etc. in this world, as well as the entire world she controls. After all, compared to life, the above-mentioned are just like rotten yellow soil and have no value at all. As long as she goes to another world, she can still rely on her own strength to control the entire world again and restore her power. The reason why Sheng has not taken action for so many years is simply because his own physique is not strong enough to withstand the squeeze and cut in the space turbulence, which can easily cause life-threatening reasons. Whoosh! However, facing the confident Sheng, Luo Hu said nothing. An unimaginable power burst out from his body, leaving behind a residual image and disappearing instantly. At the moment of action, Luo Hu stretched out his hand out of thin air and waved out a light blue light wave, covering the entire hall of power. Nanny, this is... Sheng's pupil shrank, and he could clearly see Luo Hu's actions and the devil fruit ability he had just released. This was a time fruit that was completely comparable to the space fruit ability. Sheng, who had been very confident, suddenly changed his expression. He turned around and prepared to escape, wanting to quickly tear open a huge space crack and escape into it. But at this moment, he found that things that he had once been able to do easily were now slowed down infinitely. Her arms felt as if they were filled with tens of millions of pounds of lead and iron, and she couldn't even lift them. Or rather, her entire body has been directly enveloped by the power of time, slowing down its speed by several times. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she quickly tried to bend her arms to quickly block Luo Hu, who was already in front of her. However, the fact was that before him could slowly bend her arms to defend herself, Luo Hu's heavy punch, filled with boundless power, had already slammed into her well-proportioned and rhythmic chest. The force was so powerful that there was no mercy at all. He directly mobilized the power of space to cause horizontal explosions in large pieces, making an extremely sharp sound, just like the sharp spikes made by someone rubbing his fingernails on a blackboard, which was suffocating. Snap! Puff! A series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Sheng's entire chest was dented and exploded by Luo Hu's punch. His bones were shattered, and the black robe on his body exploded. Blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards again like a rag and hit the ground. She could clearly feel that she was completely trapped. Even though the space had been opened up, revealing a way to escape, she was unable to move. Luo Hu's body was so tightly integrated with the two attributes of time and space that she couldn't even resist. I can't accept this. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Aren't you a human? Why do you have so many devil fruit abilities at the same time? Sheng had a mouth full of blood, and he looked confused and puzzled. His body was shaking, and his graceful chest sunken and then rose again. Suddenly, his body trembled and then quickly recovered. However, just as she stood up to recover, Luo Hu's figure appeared in front of her again, and his hand with terrifying power and various abilities grabbed her body. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Sheng's eyes turned cold, and she was ready to make a desperate fight. She shouted loudly, and two arrows carrying the power of space suddenly grew longer rapidly, and were also wrapped with god-level Haki energy. They were black, as if they had directly transformed into two Haki black swords of more than 10 centimeters, and stabbed fiercely towards Luo Hu's crown. Bang! Sheng's space arrow instantly pierced Luo Hu's body, but the imagined situation of head breaking and bleeding did not occur. Instead, it just made a very strong metallic muffled sound on the spot. Faced with this kind of attack that could kill an admiral instantly, Luo Hu no longer needed to put up any resistance. He could block it perfectly with the strength of his body alone. At most, he only felt a slight tingling sensation on his body. Aha! How was this possible? Faced with the fact that his most powerful attack was unable to cause even a little damage to Luo Hu, Yim Sheng's delicate brows were in a state of panic. However, before she could stop screaming, Luo Hu's big hand had already grabbed her delicate neck and pulled it hard. Yim Sheng was so terrified that he wanted to resist frantically, but his body was instantly pulled in front of Luo Hu, and the two looked into each other's eyes. "Let me go! Let me go! You damned be asterisk 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 D." Yim Sheng's delicate body kept struggling, and sharp arrows with spatial power and Haki power kept growing out of her body, quickly stabbing towards Luo Hu's head, chest, eye sockets, and other vital parts. Faced with this weak and powerless resistance, Luo Hu's muscles all over his body began to flow. His veins bulged with energy, and every inch of his skin flashed with a faint light, filled with powerful divine power. When Yim Sheng stabbed Luo Hu with all his strength, not only did it fail to have any effect, but it also caused all of her space arrows to shatter to the ground. "What?" Yim Sheng's eyes widened, and he cried out in shock. "It's no use continuing to make trouble. It's time to put an end to this corrupt world that has been ruled by celestial dragons for hundreds of years." Luo Hu spoke in a cold tone. The moment he grabbed Yim Sheng's delicate neck, his other hand mobilized various powerful devil fruit abilities such as magma, fire, thunder, and pure Haki power, and slammed Yim Sheng's face hard with one palm. Celestial dragons. Boom! The sound was terrifying, and the entire palm turned into various light abilities, all of which were filled with terrifying elemental energy. It was extremely shocking, and in an instant, it directly hit Yim Sheng and made him scream, and his entire body was in a process of continuous destruction. Until now, Yim Sheng still wanted to continue to recover his body, but Luo Hu didn't give him any chance at all. The 5 fingers of the left hand wrapped around Haki and suddenly snapped. "Just take it off her noble face." With a click, red and white splashed everywhere in an instant, and then were killed by the unreasonable elemental energy into white ash flying everywhere. It was extremely miserable. "If you hadn't raised those celestial dragons, maybe my child would be a fisherman on a remote island, taking over his father's career and making a living by fishing. I really don't know whether I should thank you, this disgusting race, or find another way to torture you." Luo Hu muttered a few words to himself. Then, without waiting for Im's reaction, he raised both palms and slapped the middle hard as if slapping a mosquito. Bang! The force is powerful and fierce. Im Sheng's entire body was beaten into a ball of minced meat, and even his screams became weaker. Boom! Violent explosion. A powerful burst of high-temperature flames and lightning flashed past, directly burning Im Sheng, who was still beginning to recover his body, into ashes. Completely disappeared in this world. Luo Hu's footsteps floated about 3 meters above the ground, his face cold as he looked at the ashes on the ground. "It seems that I am still too cautious. The so-called king of the world is nothing more than this." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Strength 13.77, Agility 12.69, and Stamina 20.18. The system's mechanical prompt sounded as expected. As the most powerful person in the history of the world, Yim Sheng could still bring a certain improvement in combat power to Luo Hu after his death. Although the data improvement is not much, it is better than nothing. After dealing with Yim Sheng, Luo Hu turned around and looked at the remaining 5 elders and celestial dragons around him. Then he waved his hand, and all kinds of powerful energies began to sweep across. A few minutes later, the originally noisy hall of power fell into silence. Standing calmly in the air for a moment, Luo Hu carefully felt the relaxation and comfort in his body after completing his blood feud. Suddenly, Luo Hu turned his head and looked at the one about 10 meters away from him, which represented the throne of the king of the world. That place originally belonged only to Im Saint, but now Im Saint has disappeared in every corner of this world, and only the white ash on the ground is left to prove that there was such a king of the world. Luo Hu controlled his body to slowly float over, and then quietly sat down in a position outside the world, tapping his fingers back and forth, making a crisp sound of tinkling. Now Luo Hu has mastered space and time, the two most critical abilities to travel through time and space to other dimensions. However, the most critical issue before leaving this pirate's world is to resolve the follow-up matters. For example, Luo Hu has been wanting to get rid of all the noble classes in this world, including the celestial dragons, since the day he set out to sea. The little fisherman who stood in front of the sea breeze like a minion now has the ability to do it. At this time, the people from the naval headquarters who had finally rushed back to the world's power hall after rushing all the way, as well as the senior military officers originally led by Luo Hu, finally came to Luo Hu. Everyone looked at the man sitting on the throne of the world and saw his expression change drastically. They were all shocked at the change in Luo Hu's expression. However, this kind of person who could sit in such a high-level position must be a summoning person. After reacting, everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed instantly. "We pay homage to the king of the world." The loud voices of the crowd echoed for a long time in the Hall of Power. Luo Hu raised his hand to signal everyone to relax. There was no need to follow the old rules and kneel down on the ground so stiffly. Because Luo Hu himself hated the class structure among the powerful, he naturally could not become the person he once hated. Stand up. From today on, this kneeling etiquette is officially abolished. No one is allowed to ask others to believe in kneeling in any form. This rule applies to every corner of every country in the world. You people at the naval headquarters are responsible for promoting and implementing it. Also, continue to gather high-level forces and completely wipe out all celestial dragons on the entire Red Line. Not a single one should be left behind. Their crimes must be executed by the Vice Admiral live on the global broadcast. The government army is responsible for this matter. Luo Hu's words fell lightly, and in the blink of an eye, they determined the lives of the remaining celestial dragons on the Red Line. Everyone came over in a hurry, and soon received orders and prepared to leave. "Mr. Commander, I think your second order doesn't make sense. Not all celestial dragons are evil. So why do you want to execute them all?" Guion, who is known as the youngest general in the naval headquarters, expressed his opinion with some doubt. It has to be said that young people are more energetic. Almost no senior Marine officer present dared to question Luo Hu's decision at this time. Only the younger generation has such a spirit of daring to fight and strive. As soon as Guion finished her words, Sister Tsuru, who was standing next to her, almost subconsciously prepared to force her back behind her. However, Luo Hu did not use the boring means of a superior to maintain his dignity to deal with such behavior. He simply explained calmly, "None of the celestial dragons obtain resources through labor. They exist to suck the blood of the world's civilians to sustain their own survival. Since they have enjoyed the funds of sin, they naturally bear this guilt." Luo Hu answered the young female Marine's question lightly. "My point of view is just like the debate question I encountered before I traveled to the pirate's world. How the descendants of the Japanese people, who have a deep blood feud with Daxia, inherited the sins of their fathers. Some people think that those are things of the previous generation, and modern Huxiao people should not pursue history. But Luo Hu personally has always believed that the new generation of Japanese devils enjoyed the wealth that their fathers brutally plundered, and naturally, they also brought that guilt." After standing there stupidly and listening to Luo Hu's sophistry, Guion felt mentally disturbed. She could clearly feel that the logic behind this was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After all, anyone in this world who has seen the character of celestial dragons will not have any sympathy for them. The others present reacted briefly before taking action, splitting into two groups to carry out the orders of Luo Hu, the new king who ruled the entire world. Time passed, and the 3-day purge was over. Under the strict execution of the army, the celestial dragons on the Red Line were completely wiped out, except for a few celestial dragons who still had some conscience and were shot to death without much pain. The rest of the bad guys were all thrown into a big oil pot. In front of the whole world's live broadcast, it was fried with a sizzling sound and hot oil splashing. After this brutal purge and the abolition of the solidified aristocracy throughout the world, Luo Hu's position has become completely secure without any real strength. There's no other reason than that what Luo Hu did is completely in the direction of the common people of the world. Since ancient times, whoever wins the hearts of the people will win the world. The same is true for the fact that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. It's time to leave this world. Luo Hu stared calmly at the frying pan, which was already scalding like fried chicken. The celestial dragon's family muttered to themselves. After collecting all the devil fruit abilities, if you want to gain more powerful powers, you have to go to other planes. Although Luo Hu has been staying in the pirate's world, he can rule the entire world for 800 years or even thousands of years, just like I'm Saint without any problem. But Luo Hu himself does not have such vulgar tastes. In the vast universe, different world planes are as numerous as fine grains of sand. Some of these planes belong to the low-level martial arts world, while some of the worlds are extremely crazy cultivation civilizations and various civilizations with advanced and abnormal technologies. These worlds where one can gain even greater power are what Luo Hu is pursuing. Continuing to stay in this pirate's world with no interesting opponents is no different from being a small-time bandit who can only form a gang and raise a big flag to act as the king of the mountain. And which man has not had a dream of traveling the world with a sword? What's more, this is not as simple as traveling around the world with a sword. Instead, it is truly traveling along the coast of the universe, looking for the wonders of various different dimensions of the world. 1 month later, above the highest peak of the red line, Luo Hu stood quietly at the highest point, his deep and sharp eyes piercing through the layers of clouds, staring closely at the endless blue sea in the distance. The sea breeze gently brushed his cheeks and ruffled his inky black hair. The waves kept hitting the reefs, splashing white waves, as if telling the world the secrets and stories hidden in the depths of the sea. At this time, the sea surface was like a huge sapphire, sparkling with charming light under the sunlight. A person stood quietly for a while, enjoying the last breeze in this world. Luo Hu gently stretched out his fingers and forcefully drew a crack in the air in front of him, which emitted an extremely dangerous aura and space crack. This is the only way to travel out of this world. At this time, Luo Hu has gathered the abilities of devil fruit of all kinds and types in the world to strengthen his body. Although the space crack in front of him was a little dangerous, it was not enough to make Luo Hu's current body unable to withstand it. Looking at the dark and gloomy space crack in front of him, Luo Hu took a deep breath and then stepped in, leaving this world where he had stayed for a long time. After stepping into the crack torn by the space fruit, Luo Hu carefully maintained his body's stable balance under the influence of the space turbulence. After several careful tests to ensure that these spatial turbulences would not cause much damage to his body, Luo Hu officially began to look at the area in front of him that was full of bizarre lights and shining stars. In this vast, deep, and mysterious universe, there are countless amazing and bizarre sights and phenomena. Stars shine like bright gems, emitting fiery energy alone or forming spectacular galaxies in groups. Planets exist in various strange forms. Some are wrapped in thick atmospheres, showing dreamlike colors, and some are covered with rugged mountains and deep canyons, as if telling the vicissitudes of the ancient times. There are also those mysterious nebulae, like huge and gorgeous paintings hanging in the sky. They are either gorgeous uzumaki made of gas and dust, or hazy lights and shadows dancing like ethereal gauze. What's more, some nebulae hide new celestial bodies in the making, like babies in the arms of the cosmic mother, waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon. In addition, there are extreme celestial bodies, such as black holes in the universe. Its extremely powerful gravitational field makes it impossible for all matter around it to escape its control, and even light will be ruthlessly swallowed. When matter approaches a black hole, it will be extremely stretched and twisted, and release extremely strong radiation, forming a series of thrilling high-energy jets. Just as Luo Hu was looking at what was in front of him, suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling of being stabbed in the back instantly lingered in every pore of his body. Damn it, is this sword energy? Luo Hu's eyes could clearly see the light approaching rapidly in front of him. Behind this ray of light was a small black and purple sword. As for the owner of this small sword, Luo Hu, no one could see where he was. Under the attack of this sword energy that was flowing, mysterious, and exuding the charm of the supreme path, Luo Hu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This is definitely an immortal-level weapon that can only be possessed by powerful people who appear in the legendary world of immortal cultivation. Although Luo Hu couldn't figure out why this powerful man who had not yet shown up would attack him. But the most important thing right now is to leave this dangerous place immediately. In the world of pirates, Luo Hu might be considered invincible, but after all, he has now left that world where combat power is generally low. If he wants to survive in the cruel dark forest, he needs to correct his attitude as a weak person and can't act recklessly like before. Puff, snap! There is a crisp sound of flesh being torn apart, accompanied by blood flying everywhere and leaving an arm as the price. Luo Hu quickly turned into a dazzling thunder, tore through the space, and escaped directly into the plane galaxy closest to his position. Escape is the most important thing. Even though the wound was almost broken and the arm bones were causing unbearable pain, Luo Hu had no intention of turning around to seek revenge. The fact that he was able to cut off one of my arms with just a small sword without even showing his face was enough to prove that he was definitely a rare and powerful person. Moreover, he is the kind of powerful, immortal cultivator who can directly cross the void and travel the universe by relying on his own terrifying cultivation. Such a strong man is completely different from himself who relies on the ability of devil fruit to escape into the void. Going back to cause trouble for them is like an egg hitting a stone, or even like an egg hitting a steel plate. While escaping into space, Luo Hu used the devil fruit's rule ability to restore his broken arm. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked back with a serious expression, muttering slowly, "It really proves the old saying of Hong Mao Dong. If you are invincible in the world, there will be enemies from the sky. This time, I will use this sword to be cautious and not arrogant." After regaining his body, Luo Hu aimlessly fled into a blue planet that had vaguely appeared in front of him. This is really interesting. He clearly has no cultivation at all, but he was able to break through the space barrier that only a golden immortal could break and escape. At the moment Luo Hu escaped, a figure suddenly emerged in the void. He muttered to himself as he put the floating purple sword back into his storage jade buckle and glanced curiously at the place where Luo Hu broke through the space. The space there was smooth without any disruptive fluctuations, as if the space had never been opened up by any external force. The essence of the power of devil fruit is the power of the world's laws. Although most of them are relatively weak abilities, they are directly connected to the rules of the world. The man who cut off Luo Hu's arm stared at the space in front of him and sighed for a moment. There are 50 great ways and 49 heavenly evolutions. If you escape one of them, all things will have a glimmer of hope. Well, I will spare your life today. On the other side, Luo Hu, whose arm had been restored, escaped directly into the blue planet in front of him. And at the moment when Luo Hu turned into a thunder in the clear sky and fell to the ground, the source of the energy in the entire world was instantly stirred. At this moment, inside a lavish skyscraper located in the most prosperous area of San Francisco, a statue with a yellow body and scarlet eyes suddenly spewed out a flame from between its nostrils. This sudden scene directly startled the fashionable white-haired man in a green suit and holding a scepter standing in front of the statue. This white-haired man is none other than the current leader of the Black Hand organization within the beautiful country of this world, the Black Hand Gang's Valen. Valen, who was startled, immediately smiled flatteringly when he saw the statue come back to life. Holy Lord, you are finally awake. You know, isn't it time to fulfill the golden Rooster King's treasure that you promised me last time? However, at this moment, the Holy Lord had no intention of paying any attention to Valen at all, because as the villain of the world, he can clearly feel that an extremely powerful righteous energy seems to have invaded this world. At this time, Wallen did not know that the stone statue in front of him was observing the flow of the world's aura with a confused look on his face. He just felt that the stone saint in front of him woke up this time and actually scolded him as usual. Wallen was quite surprised for a moment. Although he was a little impatient with the broken stone in front of him, he continued to flatter for the sake of his golden Rooster King treasure. Great Holy Lord, this time my men will definitely bring you that useless talisman. Please take a look at the golden Rooster King treasure you promised me before. The Holy Lord, who was watching the fight between the dark energy and the righteous energy, was interrupted by Valen's noisy voice and regained consciousness. Wallen, I am the noble demon wizard, the Emperor of Asia. As long as you can get the talisman, I will give you as much gold and silver as you want. I am the most trustworthy. As soon as the Holy Lord finished speaking in a low voice, the shadow of the table on the ground reflected by the light stretched forward, and with a wave like water ripples, a ninja slowly walked out of the shadows. Although this scene was very magical, Valen's eyes were instantly focused on the thing in the black shadow ninja's hand, and he had no time to pay attention to the strange appearance of the ninja in front of him. At this time, the black shadow ninja was holding a large holy grail made entirely of gold in his hand. The golden cup was filled with fine gold sand and various agates and jades, and it was shining with 7 colors under the sunlight on the windowsill. This wonderful scene made Wallen, who was only interested in making money, drool. In Chinatown Street, inside an old 3-story room with Huxiao antiques hanging on the wall. At this time, an old man with gray hair, thin body, extremely ruddy complexion, and hair like horns, like an old goat, was constantly flipping through the piles of ancient books in front of him. Next to the piles of ancient books, there was a half-green and half-yellow leaf placed very abruptly. After reading books for a long time, the old man sighed tiredly, as if he was missing something. Xiaoyu, who had just been arranged by her parents to study abroad and stay at her Uncle Jackie Chan's house, moved a small stool and sat next to her father, bored. Dad, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Remember to take me to the elk park on the weekend. You can also let Uncle Long take me there. Xiaoyu, who had just moved to a new place, only pretended to be cool for a few minutes before she could no longer suppress her active and talkative personality. The old man who was searching for information could only squeeze out a trace of expression when he looked at Xiaoyu, who was looking forward to it. He turned around and said, "Oh, Dad doesn't have time to go to the deer park now, but if Xiaoyu is willing to make Dad a cup of espresso, Dad will ask your Uncle Long to take you there after he comes back from overtime." "Oh, really? Great, Dad. I'll go make you some coffee right away." After getting her father's verbal consent, Xiaoyu stood up and trotted out of the room with excitement. For a little girl, nothing was more tempting than going to the amusement park. Although she was very interested in the magic her father always talked about, her education since childhood made her unable to believe that there was such a thing as magic in this world. At least before she had seen magic, Xiaoyu herself would not believe that such legendary things really existed. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu, who had gone out to make coffee, came back, and Dad also found a black leather book that was already in tatters among a pile of yellowed books. Looking closely, the pattern on the book cover is exactly the Tai Chi diagram formed by 2 clusters of energy, one black and one white. As the first spirit of all things, humans have innate spiritual energy in their bodies since birth, which is innate energy magic. Dad took out the book with torn and yellowed pages, opened the first page, and began muttering to himself. "Air magic? That's so cool, Dad. Can you teach me some magic? For example, the kind that can knock down a big guy in one go." "Okay, Dad." Xiaoyu looked at her father with pleading eyes, hoping that she could become a cool magician or a magical girl. Of course, no problem. Everyone has qi in their body. Only with it can people learn the power of magic. However, learning qi magic also requires talent. There is one more thing. Dad is busy now. If Xiaoyu doesn't want this world to be occupied by the devil that has already descended, don't interrupt Dad's train of thought. The old goat, who was smiling a second ago, seemed to have sensed the guidance of his master, the great wizard who had already passed away. His whole expression quickly changed, and he began to study the black book in his hand seriously. In the world we live in, mountains, rivers, hurricanes, forests, and everything else are born from the two auras of yin and yang. Yang represents positive energy, while yin represents negative energy. Yin and yang complement and counteract each other, and have been fighting against each other since the birth of the world until they reached a very delicate balance. Because of qi, many extraordinary powers have emerged in our world, such as qi magic and those evil substances that represent the dark side. However, according to the records left by my father's master, the great wizard, this world has already achieved a balance between yin and yang, or in other words, it has been a long time since the positive energy is slightly stronger than the negative energy. When talking about the fact that positive energy is stronger than evil energy, Dad's tone was not relaxed, but rather very solemn. This is because once the rules of yin and yang balance are broken for too long, the suppressed energy will counterattack and destroy with an unmatched madness, until the whole world reaches the next balance point. In recent centuries, the energy of positive energy has been in the upper hand for a long time, while the opposing black energy seems to have completely hidden itself without any movement at all. The world entered a state of stillness. It was too peaceful, so peaceful that it was unbelievable to Dad, even a little terrified. As the old man was talking, he returned to the contents recorded in the Black Book and devoted himself to studying the most powerful magic recorded and preserved by his master, to deal with the new devil, who may destroy the whole world at any time. At the same time, the demon lord and the great wizard's disciple Dad, two figures of the era representing evil and righteousness, had a far-sighted vision. After arriving on land, Luo Hu, who had already understood the general situation of this world, was sitting outside an old John breakfast shop on the street, eating soy milk and fried dough sticks that he had not had for a long time, while carefully checking his system panel. Host Luo Hu. Power. Exceeding the threshold of this world. Agility. Exceeds the threshold of this world. Physical strength. Exceeds the threshold of this world. Devil fruit ability. All series. Right. Conqueror's right. Air magic. Exceeding the world's maximum threshold. Looking at the data analysis in front of him, Luo Hu relaxed a little. After all, when he was crossing the long river of the universe just now, one of his arms was cut off by a small weapon in the hands of an adult who had never shown his face. The feeling of fatal information that can make his heart tremble and his hair stand on end in an instant is really extremely uncomfortable, as if a dazzling pupil has grown out of the abyss of darkness and is staring at you without emotion. Now that he was in this world plane, where the situation was still unknown, and he could be evaluated by the system as exceeding the world's maximum threshold, Luo Hu relaxed a little and was no longer so cautious. As for the new value, qi magic, that appeared behind the system panel, Luo Hu still didn't understand what it meant. Now that I'm here, I'll make the best of it. It's also a good thing to be able to earn more money. Luo Hu relaxed and finished his breakfast, while carefully looking at the street scenery in front of him. The area he was currently in seemed to be not much different from the earth he was on before, and it was very appropriate for him to come to the Chinatown street, where the language was the same, to have breakfast. But what is certain is that this is definitely not the earth of the past, because there is no such special ability structure as qi magic in my hometown. Maybe there are indeed some people with special abilities on earth, but they are probably not magical beings. The greater possibility on the earth plane should be that there are those powerful cultivators. After all, in my hometown, throughout the thousands of years of Wuxia heritage, there are many guys wearing imperial crowns who are pursuing the path to immortality. Since there have been so many high-level people pursuing these things over the thousands of years of change, there must be something fishy going on. At least, there is basically no such thing as a smoke without fire, and no one will sing about something that does not exist until now. Impossible, absolutely impossible, just as Luo Hu was comparing the familiar cultural scenery in front of him. The image of a man with small eyes, a big nose, and a golden shield in his hand, which was extremely familiar in his childhood, appeared in front of him. Jackie Chan, Luo Hu muttered with a slightly changed expression, because the image of wearing brown trousers on the lower body and a classic blue sweater on the upper body is really deeply rooted in people's hearts. Anime world where 12 spells, 10 masks, and many powerful magic props are mixed together. But when these magical items with their own characteristics were mixed together, there was no so-called abrupt feeling. Instead, it created a milestone miracle in the animation industry. Jackie Chan Adventures can be said to be a very classic work in the animation industry. Although in the last scene, the evil devil Xiaolong actually chooses to harm his own father to end the plot, which is a bit of a bad ending. But even so, it does not affect the adventures from becoming a classic cartoon in many people's childhood. And at this moment I saw Jackie Chan. Luo Hu's inner thoughts also began to become active. Now that we have come to this wonderful magical plane, we naturally have to pack up these powerful magics and take them away to strengthen ourselves. As for Luo Hu's current strength, it has basically reached a terrifying level. But who would object to having more abilities and means? Don't ask if you ask. It's because I just learned how to travel through the world, and I'm afraid of the violence and bullying in the universe. Luo Hu's words, which were not concealed much, were heard directly by Jackie Chan, who looked a little depressed and tired. Under his own politeness and humanity, Jackie Chan felt that he did not know Luo Hu at all or had even seen him before. But he still very politely raised his hand and waved to Luo Hu. "Hey friend, I'm sorry, I may be too busy recently. Have we met somewhere? If you don't try your best, can you give me the unfinished breakfast on your table? I just came back from an archaeological excavation in an ancient castle in Bavaria, Germany, and I didn't bring any money. I'm really starving, brother." Jackie Chan walked up to Luo Hu and sat down on the table. After seeing Luo Hu waved his hand and didn't mind at all, he quickly put the golden shield in front of him, started to eat with both hands. It seemed that he was really hungry after conducting cross-border archaeological research and stealing shields along the way. This embarrassed image is exactly the same as Jackie Chan when he got the chicken talisman in the first episode of the plot. Luo Hu glanced at the golden shield on the table. It was a shield with a special cultural tradition. In the center of the shield was indeed an octagonal chicken talisman. In the plot, the function of the chicken talisman is telekinesis, which allows the user to control the ability to take object from a distance. This ability is similar to the lion fruit ability in the golden world in the pirate's world. However, the ability of lion fruit requires the user to touch the object in order to make it float, while the chicken talisman does not require such action at all and can directly control it using telekinesis. If these two abilities are combined, they can be used better together. At least, Luo Hu himself is still very interested in the special ability of the chicken spell's telekinesis. At this time, Jackie Chan was frantically devouring the soy milk and fried dough sticks that Luo Hu bought from Old John's breakfast shop. While observing Luo Hu, trying to recall where he met this friend who looked like a Huxia. After noticing Luo Hu's gaze, Jackie Chan burped and then inadvertently brought the shield in front of him. After all, this was an antique that the New York Museum had entrusted him to transport back from the Bavarian castle. His job is an archaeologist. If nothing else, he has to do his duty and bring the items back to the museum. "I'm sorry, my friend. If you want to get this shield, I can only say sorry to you because it belongs to the museum. But if you just want to appreciate it, then go ahead." Jackie Chan hesitated for a while, seeming a little embarrassed for having eaten Luo Hu's breakfast. "Don't worry, Jackie Chan, my friend. I'm just traveling to America. As for the antique shield you brought, I'm not too interested in it. I just want to take a look at it." Luo Hu did not waste his expression, His system ability can record special abilities at any time. He only needs to touch the chicken charm on the shield to turn the charm's energy into his own ability, and it will not affect the charm's energy itself. Just like the devil fruits that Luo Hu himself had absorbed in the pirate's plane. After extending his finger and lightly touching the octagonal stone in the center of the shield, Luo Hu easily felt the special energy of air magic belonging to this adventure plane appearing in his body. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully collecting the 12 talismans, chicken talisman magic. The power of telekinesis. Luo Hu was calm and composed as he muttered to himself. The power of this talisman cannot bring him direct power. However, who would complain about having too many abilities? After receiving the system's prompt, Luo Hu also noticed that the chi magic on his data panel did have the words chicken talisman. After casually activating his telekinesis to twist several pieces of scrap steel bars dozens of meters away into a twist, Luo Hu immediately became proficient in the operation of the talisman. Hey, my friend, thank you very much for your breakfast. I will definitely return it to you. Of course, if there's a chance, maybe you can also come to my dad's antique shop in the middle of the street to chat with me. Jackie Chan, who had been struggling in Germany for a long time and then rushed back to America, was already exhausted. At this moment, he just wanted to go back to the antique shop to have a good sleep and replenish his energy. Luo Hu, who was controlling the talisman, naturally had no extra energy to pay attention to Jackie Chan. He just waved his hand to signal him to do as he pleased. Only after Jackie Chan stood up and prepared to leave did Luo Hu slowly come to his senses. Although the ability of the chicken spell is not very strong, at least it is still very cool in terms of operation. This kind of telekinesis control is as mysterious and handsome as Ebony Maw, who is known as the most elegant man in the universe in the Marvel world. Moreover, the power of the spell is the same as the devil fruit in the pirate's world. There is no upper limit. As long as the chi in Luo Hu's body is stronger, the power that the talisman can unleash will be stronger. The strength of chi in a person's body is closely related to physical fitness. With Luo Hu's current physical strength, the chi in his body can fully support the power of the talisman to directly extract the steel bars of the strategic bunker buried hundreds of meters deep under the United States. Such power is quite outrageous. However, Luo Hu's favorite talisman is not the power of the chicken talisman, but it is the horse charm that represents any negative state within the scope of the healing rules, and the tiger talisman that can harmonize yin and yang and maintain the balance of power in the body. Of course, in addition to the horse talisman and the tiger talisman, the other talismans also have their own characteristics and are worth purchasing. And Luo Hu's target will not be limited to the 12 zodiac talismans. In the adventure world, in addition to talismans, there are also 10 masked legions that are perfect workers. And besides being tireless, the 10 Ghost Corps have an even more powerful ability: immortality in the true sense. As soldiers born in the dark shadows, as long as they die, they will be reborn and resurrected in the Shadow Kingdom. Moreover, they are absolutely loyal to their master. For Luo Hu, these ghost soldiers are definitely the best subordinates. However, before finding the mask to acquire the ability to summon the ghost army, Luo Hu must first find the old dragon sculpture of the Holy Lord. Others may not know, but Luo Hu knows it clearly. The reason why the Holy Lord was able to summon the ninja army was because the old dragon sculpture collected a ghost mask when he ruled the world. What's more, the mask that the Holy Lord got was the Niga Ninja mask, which has the most comprehensive functions among the 10 masks. The Holy Lord did not originally have the ability to summon the Shadow Army. He only used the Niga mask to obtain the Chi magic energy, and thus was able to use magic power, which gave him the authority to summon the Ghost Army. As we all know, among the 10 ghost masks, the Ninja Corps may not be the strongest, but he must be the most practical corps. Not only are they highly powerful and agile, but they also have many types of weapons and equipment. Equipped with sticks, missiles, smoke bombs, rope hooks, rope claws, and other equipment, you can also launch darts and throwing knives remotely, and wear a wingsuit for flying in the wind. It is simply the perfect choice on a dark and windy night for murder and arson. Watching Jackie Chan's back about to disappear in the street, Luo Hu raised the corners of his mouth and then lightly hooked his fingers, directly using his powerful mental power to take off the talisman embedded on the shield. After playing with the cold runestone for a while, Luo Hu put it into the system space. After all, it would be perfect to use this thing to trap the old dragon eagle of the Holy Lord. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Luo Hu's mind also became active. In this plane of world, all the magic props such as talismans, masks, etc. are indispensable. After strolling for a while in the Chinatown street where the national costume culture is very prominent, Luo Hu also saw the classic 3-story duplex building of Dad's Antique Shop. As the saying goes, the antique sold in Old Dad's Antique Shop may not be real, but Old Goat Dad's magic is all real. At this time, Luo Hu, who had no target for action yet and was not sure about the specific locations of the Holy Lord, Valen, and others, could only choose to try his luck in the antique shop. At this moment, the door of the antique shop suddenly opened from the inside, and 3 men in fashionable suits who looked like gangsters walked out. Seeing the 3 figures fiddling with their respective moves, Luo Hu also felt an inexplicable sense of comedy. Just like those unlucky trio in anime, their whole bodies are filled with signs of mission failure. These 3 people were none other than Zhou, Leisu, and A Fen, who were under the Black Hand Gang and were under Wallen's command. However, their luck seemed to be very good today. The tired Jackie Chan just handed the shield to his father and went back to his room to sleep. This is also the reason why they were able to successfully complete the mission and obtain the golden shield. It's just that Luo Hu had already taken the talisman away in advance. Needless to say, the 3 people who thought they had completed the task and were so arrogant would definitely be scolded again when they return. With these guys leading the way, Luo Hu naturally didn't have to go around looking for the Holy Lord in Valen. Of course, if the Holy Lord could sense such a scene, he would definitely call on these smart people not to bring the enemy to the crystal. It's really difficult for him. Not only do we have to resist the righteous energy, but now we also have to guard against Luo Hu, a person whose status is unknown. After all, the Holy Lord himself couldn't figure out whether Luo Hu was a demon on the side of evil or a Saint Seiya on the side of righteousness. Hey man, if you look at us one more time, I will blow your head off with my pistol. I swear to God I will. As if he was aware of Luo Hu's gaze, Lasu walked directly to Luo Hu with a fierce look in his eyes and warned him in a joking tone. Looking at Leisu, who is only skinny compared to the characters in the pirate's world, Luo Hu's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like it had been a while since anyone dared to talk to him like this. 30 million to bet on Germany to win. This kid is really brave. As a member of the Black Hand Gang, Leisu has always been accustomed to being aggressive following Valen. How could he realize that the man in front of him would be a character from another dimension who killed people like killing chickens? Just as he took off the safety and was about to pull the trigger to give a warning shot to the ungrateful guy in front of him, Luo Hu just sneered, clenched his 5 fingers in the air, and with his extremely powerful mental power, he instantly crushed Leisu and Fen and Zhou into a ball. However, Luo Hu had no intention of taking anyone's life at this time. After all, they still have to rely on these 3 unlucky kids to lead the way to find the old lizard dragon of the Holy Lord. What is this? Damn it! Is this magic? Leisu and his companions, who were caught off guard and held down, also realized that something was wrong. Damn it! We haven't had a good life since Boss Valen dragged that stone dragon statue out of the warehouse. Several people struggled in midair, but could not escape from Luo Hu's grasp. As his mental power continued to increase, veins on his face became visible due to the pressure. Take me to your boss, otherwise, prepare to watch your insides explode like balloons. Hearing Luo Hu's words, Lasu and the others immediately nodded frantically with a frown on their faces. Although the boss is very good to them, but it is important for people to know themselves. Besides, even if Valen can't deal with the arrogant guy in front of him, doesn't he still have the Holy Lord? That fire-breathing stone dragon is not so easy to fool. As they were thinking about it, Luo and others spoke one after another. No problem, sir. We promise to take you to find our boss, Valen. Luo is right. As long as you are willing to let us go, we can do anything. Me too. Looking at the sensible trio in front of him, Luo Hu nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and directly removed the mental control of the chicken talisman, leaving the few people to fall flat on their faces. Soon, under the guidance of several people, Luo Hu arrived in front of a very high-end decorated building in the city center. It seems that Valen's economic strength at the beginning of the plot is still very good. Luo Hu looked at the building in front of him thoughtfully and couldn't help but sigh. The more behind the scenes the person is, the more successful he appears in public. Those people who have a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, an old cow on the waist, and an eagle head flying on the chest are basically small thugs in the underworld. After taking the elevator up for a few minutes, Luo Hu was the first to walk into the office whose door was made of mahogany. The moment the door opened, Valen, who was facing the Holy Lord with his back to the door and had been waiting anxiously, spoke quickly. It seems that my men have retrieved the talisman. You can start to redeem your golden rooster king's treasure, Lord Saint. However, before Wallen could finish his words, Luo and others reminded Wallen in a hesitant tone. Boss, we have something bad to tell you. You have a guest coming, but we brought you a shield. Luo's words are still full of humor. After listening to Luo's report, Wallen was completely stunned and stood there in shock. How could a gangster like him have any friends? After being in the underworld for so many years, he has no friends at all except his enemies and his subordinates. But after all, he was in his own Black Hand headquarters now, so Valen was not worried at all that any enemy would dare to come here to cause trouble for him. Blast him out and get the shield. Valen ignored Luo Hu, who was looking at the statue of the Holy Lord. He just waved his hand to signal the blonde and blue-eyed members of the Black Hand who were standing guard with guns nearby, all of whom were mercenaries, to drive them away. As for the way they drive people away, that's basically just direct fire to kill. After all, this is the headquarters of the Black Hand gang. How can outsiders come in casually? Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic? Click, click. The crisp sound of gun loading was heard. More than 20 well-equipped members of the Black Hand organization pointed their guns directly at Luo Hu's head, ready to blow the head off this yellow-skinned Huxiao man. In terms of the cultural influence of this era, they don't like these black-haired, yellow-skinned outsiders. It looked just as disgusting as the yellow monkey they hated. Even a stupid black dog is much more pleasing to the eye than the Huxiao man in front of him. Hey, yellow monkey Luke me. Remember to say hello to God or Jesus Christ for us. I will send you to see them personally. Ha ha. Damn it, John. You'll scare those timid Huxiao people. Seeing that Luo Hu couldn't even react at all in front of the gun, the Black Hand organization burst into laughter. They are too familiar with this kind of cowardly Oriental man. I always get scared to death when I see a gun. I guess I've never seen any bloody scenes in my life. This feels so familiar. They look just as stupid as the members of the CP organization. Although I have a kind heart after all, but then again, Luo Hu's tone was cold. A light clench of the palm directly activated the terrifying telekinesis and invaded the bodies of the 20 or so black men in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The voice was clear and powerful, and the Black Hand members who were originally full of humor in front of him suddenly exploded on the spot, like a watermelon dropped in summer. In this instant, the living person turned into red and white, splattering everywhere, looking extremely miserable. Tiny ants. Luo Hu slowly loosened his palm, his face cold, looking at the red and white mud on the ground. Suddenly, Luo Hu raised his finger and hooked it, and a flame of extremely high temperature shot out directly at the ugly puddle of mud in front of him, burning it all up in an instant. Then he raised his eyes to look at Wallen, who was about to take up his shield to ask for credit from the Holy Lord. Do you still have any men who are willing to stand up and take me to see your Jesus Christ? However, at this moment, Valen and others were all extremely shocked and stood there in an unimaginable daze. although in this world, they can occasionally see some strange magic appearing in the news. But there are more than 20 living people. Each of them is a skilled fighter carefully selected by Wallen from retired veterans of the American Navy SEALs. Robbing a bank is easy for them, but such a group of well-equipped and brave special forces were killed instantly in less than a second, leaving no trace of ashes. Sir, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Please let me. Bang! The terrified Valen hadn't finished speaking when his entire body and the tight, expensive green suit he was wearing exploded into pieces. Those who disappeared with Wallen naturally included A. Fen, Lesu, and Zhou, 3 subordinates who were loyal to Wallen. After all, Luo Hu is not a kind person. It is normal for him to kill the weaklings who jump in front of him. When you were weak, you had to depend on the strong to survive. Now that you are strong, you still have to be submissive? Funny. I only know that I have to kill as many people as possible to maintain my original intention. Tolerance is the way of survival for the weak, while being soft-hearted is the deadly taboo for the strong. As everyone in front of him died silently, the scene suddenly became quiet. I think we need to talk, Mr. Devil. The Holy Lord, who was hung on the wall and had no ability to move at all, spoke with a hint of panic in his tone, because he could sense that Luo Hu in front of him was the devil from outside the domain. It is a monster that is likely to kill me and replace me as the leader of the black energy. How do you want to talk? You are just a broken stone now, Lord. Holy Lord. Why is everyone talking about this? What happened to the stone? After all, he was once a great demon wizard and the emperor of Asia. There must be a reason why we have fallen to this point. It's all because of the sealing spell cast by that old D-Lope. Looking at the Holy Lord Luo Hu in front of him, who was unable to make any expression but perfectly expressed his unwillingness, he was too lazy to waste time with this old dragon sculpture. I have no interest in the playhouse rule of your world, but the Holy Lord's eyes turned bloodshot, and he began to understand that his chance seemed to be right in front of him. Those fools of Valen are not suitable to be partners at all. Ask them to find a talisman, and they just come up with a shield to show off. If he wasn't an extremely noble dragon, he would have gone into menopause a long time ago. I can satisfy you with whatever you want, but the prerequisite is that you have to find my 12 talismans for me. Luo Hu ignored the excited Saint Lord and casually took out the chicken talisman and started fiddling with it in his hand. I'm not cooperating with you to ask for anything, Lord. You have to take whatever lousy tells you to take. Otherwise, I don't mind smashing this stone body into pieces and sending it back to hell. This is really funny. You still dare to negotiate conditions after such a situation? Isn't that the same as those sweet potato fairies? I want someone who is handsome and rich, but I have nothing but an ugly face. Facing Luo Hu's disparagement, the Holy Lord's eyes seemed to turn even redder. No one has ever dared to scold him like this. Even if Lopez was resurrected, he would not be so arrogant in dealing with a powerful demon wizard. But now the dragon has to bow its head under the eaves. Besides, the powerful dragon will not suppress the local snake. Be patient for now. The Holy Lord's expression changed several times before he calmed down and asked with a smile. So what do you need? I have endless wealth, and I can give it to you, as long as you can remove my seal. 900 years ago, Lopez led a group of ignorant wizards to seal him into stone and disperse the source of his power into 12 talismans and distributed them all over the world. For this reason, the Holy Lord has been living alone and lonely as a statue for countless difficult years. Now that he has just recovered, he urgently needs to restore his body before the New Year's bell rings. Otherwise, he would have to endure another 900 years. The endless passage of time is terrifying just to think about it. I remember you found a mask once, didn't you? Don't tell me you don't know. You know how your ninja soldiers came from. Luo Hu said with a smile as he looked at the Holy Lord who was about to make an excuse. Luo Hu is very familiar with the most dishonest old dragon eagle, the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord was stunned by this. He was controlled before he even started to argue. I am a noble demon wizard, and keeping my word is my most commendable characteristic. I do have a black mask from the edge of Asia, but I need to see your sincerity. Otherwise, even if you destroy my body and send me to hell, I will not make any deal with you. The Holy Lord said with a firm tone. Are you kidding? He is not someone who can be manipulated by anyone. At worst, I could just go down and find those stupid brothers and sisters. At least there is someone to chat with, instead of having to face stupid people like Valen all day long. Click. Luo Hu casually clapped his hands, and the chicken talisman in his hand instantly flew into a groove on the Holy Lord's body. If you want to be resurrected quickly, you'd better take out the mask quickly. After throwing the talisman to the Holy Lord, Luo Hu began to threaten in a neutral tone. This guy, the Holy Lord, is really ignorant. Although Luo Hu himself never intended to find a talisman for him, but it was wrong for him not to know how to appreciate the favor. After he finished speaking, Luo Hu suddenly remembered that the Holy Lord had a sharp weapon for finding talismans. I would feel a little sorry for myself if I didn't squeeze it a little. Oh, I remember you have a tool that can track the location of the talisman, right? Try to get a dozen of them. Otherwise, no one can guarantee when you can be resurrected. The Holy Lord's eyes flickered bloodshot. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how Luo Hu in front of him knew so many of his secrets. He even knew that he had kept a ghost core mask. This kind of thing is so G weird. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never met anyone who understood him better than he did. I will do whatever you say. I hope you can abide by our agreement. Otherwise, even if you get the mask, you won't have the right black magic to absorb its power. Oh, Luo Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of murderous intent. This broken dragon sculpture actually still wanted to threaten me. It's simply courting death. Don't worry about this. Just do your own thing. Luo Hu's words were very sharp, making the already annoyed Holy Lord even more angry. But at this moment, he was just a statue and couldn't move at all. Even though he was unwilling to trust anyone by nature, he had no choice. If he cannot be resurrected before the New Year's bell rings, he will have to wait another 900 years for reincarnation. The Holy Lord no longer wants to experience the feeling of wasting time in the dark. After a few seconds of hesitation, several dark blue-skinned ghost ninjas slowly emerged from the dark shadows on the ground. In their hands were a pair of purple masks and a dozen talisman trackers with dragon head images. The Holy Lord originally did not have the ability to summon the Shadow Army. It was only by using the ghost mask to obtain energy and thus be able to use magic that he had the authority to summon the ghost army. The Holy Lord himself could not use the power of the mask to its ultimate level. The only person who could dispatch the strongest ghost ninja soldiers is the little girl Xiaoyu, who represents the queen of the ghost kingdom. But now this authority is going to be transferred. Luo Hu doesn't need any so-called black magic to absorb the power of the mask. He only needs to touch it to perfectly absorb the power of the mask into his body. In other words, the combat strength of the ghost ninja that Luo Hu can summon is also the strongest ninja that can easily kill Jackie Chan in seconds. Although such a ghost ninja has hardly improved Luo Hu's own strength at all. But who wouldn't like a group of soldiers who work hard and are loyal until death? Luo Hu reached out and took the mask. The sound of the system absorbing magical power was then heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the ghost mask magic. Niga Ninja Core. In an instant, Luo Hu felt a very clear connection between himself and the ninja soldier in front of him. At this moment, the Holy Lord on the other side was instantly stunned. He felt that Luo Hu had taken away his ninja authority, and it was right in front of him. Not even a second had passed before he had lost control of the ninja soldiers. Not only that, what made him feel deeply desperate was, under Luo Hu's command, a ninja soldier quickly jumped in front of him and stretched out his hand. Then he actually took out the chicken talisman that had just been embedded in his body. His talisman was taken away before he could even warm it up. How could the Holy Lord not understand what he was experiencing when things had come to this point? This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Luo Hu never wanted to cooperate with him from the beginning to the end. He was fooled. He is the devil wizard who once ruled Asia. I really was made like a clown? Damn it. You don't keep your word. I won't accept this. I will take revenge sooner or later. The Holy Lord's statue roared madly, and the fire within it was about to overflow from the stone statue. Is this the power of the mask? Luo Hu was somewhat surprised. The number of ghost ninjas he could control was approaching 10,000. At this moment, the Holy Lord's roar continued. I won't let you go. How dare you play tricks on the great demon wizard? My demon brothers and sisters from hell will all come back to this world. We will rule over all humans once again. You won't have any chance of survival next time. All humans will crawl under the shadow of the devil. After the words were spoken, the atmosphere became subtle, and Luo Hu happily stood up and walked in front of the Holy Lord. He raised his fist casually, and a fierce aura burst out from his body. Slightly raised corners of mouth. Only trash would put their lives in the hands of others. Bang! With a violent explosion, the fragile stone body of the Holy Lord was smashed to pieces by Luo Hu's punch. The strange dragon head was broken into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, rolling around for a few times, and then completely lost its light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the fire demon and successfully absorbing the power of the flames. The host's fire damage is increased by 10%. In an instant, Luo Hu felt that the Maramara fruit energy in his body was boiling with joy, as if it was excited about the integration of the fire demon's power. I see the devil's power will also enhance my abilities. After muttering to himself, Luo Hu stood up and stepped into the sky, and those ghost ninjas carrying the talisman trackers all merged into the black shadows on the ground and began to look for the direction indicated by the talisman trackers. The next day, the sun is shining and the sky is clear. Luo Hu was floating high in the sky, with white clouds flying behind him. After killing the stone body of the Holy Lord, Luo Hu suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something that could be called an absolute divine weapon. That is, the history book of the years. According to the introduction, the Book of Years is a divine book that records all the history of this world. When you possess the Book of Years, you can change any history in this world. It is an absolute artifact, and now the history book is preserved in Ayers Rock in Australia. Although legend has it that anyone who takes a stone from Ayers Rock home will be cursed and die inexplicably. But Luo Hu is not afraid of such illusory things. He believed that there was no one in this world who could confront his power head-on. He just needs to collect all the magic props in this plane as quickly as possible, and then he can break through the space again and go to a wider and more mysterious world. Soon, Luo Hu found the location of Ayers Rock based on the location information on the map. This huge piece of rock is square as a whole and looks like a cube cut in half, full of the magic of nature. Luo Hu looked at the huge rock in front of him and admired it. The overall appearance of this stone is somewhat similar to the legendary Kunlun Mountain described in Wuxia history. But Luo Hu would not give up just because the stone looked square and neat. He came here to look for the history book, not to travel around. What consequences will be caused by destroying the historical veins and cultural relics of this world? Who will care? But, thinking of this, he raised his right arm and tensed it, and the power of the paramecia shock fruit instantly condensed and exploded, and then directly shattered a large area of space in front of him. The next moment, the entire area within dozens or hundreds of miles of the Ayers Rock instantly displayed unparalleled seismic energy. The crazy earthquake directly stirred up the earth veins, and his sword directly split the huge rock in front of him into rubble in 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. The scene was shrouded in thick smoke and dust, as if a thick gray veil had fallen from the sky, wrapping the entire area tightly. The smoke and dust rolled like a group of crazy dancing ghosts, sometimes rising up into the sky, sometimes falling rapidly, pouring down like a waterfall. Luo Hu was in the middle of it, and his vision was slightly restricted. He could only vaguely see the fuzzy outlines of the surrounding objects and shadowy figures. The air was filled with a pungent smell of dust, which made him cough a few times. What a nuisance! Hurricane! Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Luo Hu frowned, then waved his hand and summoned a crazy hurricane that swept past in an instant, blowing the smoke and dust directly onto the sea. However, it seems that it is protected by the power of rules. Luo Hu did not find the so-called history book that recorded the history inside this huge rock. There is indeed a magnificent ancient palace within this huge rock. Everything existed. Even the pen and ink used to write history were in their original places. The only thing that disappeared was the history book. This situation occurs Luo Hu. This is the will of this world protecting the balance point. Although it was a pity, Luo Hu could only accept this fact. His athletic ability allowed him to fly high into the sky again and return to the original path at a very fast speed. It has been nearly 3 or 4 days since the ghost ninja went out to look for the talisman. It's time to go back and gain some abilities. After all, Luo Hu didn't want to stay in this plain world for too long. This is not the world he wants. He just wants to go to the real fantasy world. Go and try to cultivate the power of immortality. Prove the truth and become a god. After returning to a small private room at Old John's breakfast shop in Chinatown and sitting down, several ghost ninjas who had gained something had been waiting here for a long time. They were half kneeling on the ground, with their hands raised up, holding a few glowing octagonal runes in their hands. Pig, dog, dragon, snake, sheep, monkey, rabbit, rat. It's a good harvest. After walking up to the ninja and holding a few talismans in his hand, Vice Admiral collected all their powers into his body. Then Luo Hu asked them to throw them all into the system space and no longer pay attention to these stones that had basically no effect on him. What we still lack is the horse charm that can remove all external influences and the tiger charm that can maintain the balance of power in the body. As for the bull talisman, although it's a bit useless, it's better than nothing. Luo Hu ate breakfast while waiting for the last few talismans. At present, the horse talisman is still on a water platform in a snow-capped mountain temple in Daxia. The ghost ninja will be able to get it soon. The word about the tiger talisman were intercepted by Jackie Chan in advance, and this was the only talisman that the protagonist got. Although according to the information feedback from the ninja soldiers during this period, the protagonist group did interfere with their search for the talisman many times. But even if the protagonists tried their best, they still couldn't stand out in front of Luo Hu's overwhelming ninja soldiers. What's more, each of these ninja soldiers is strong enough to beat Jackie Chan directly. As for the remaining bull spell that can greatly enhance physical strength, Luo Hu saw the poster on the dining table in front of him. The person engraved on it is none other than the wrestling champion who has won 100 consecutive victories, Bull Warrior. At first, there were only a dozen ninja soldiers assigned to search for the Ox Talisman. The Bull Warrior who had obtained the power of the Bull Talisman was able to beat them all into shadows with one punch and return them to the Kingdom of Shadows. It seems that it is also because of the influence of the world's balance that its strength has been greatly enhanced. Upon hearing the news, Luo Hu suddenly became interested and decided to go over and take a look at the situation himself. However, just as Luo Hu was about to stand up, a burly man with an exaggerated hairstyle and refined tendon muscles appeared. At this moment, he looked haggard, and his clothes had many holes in them. It seemed that he had not been doing well here before he met Wallen. Black Tiger, a fool. Luo Hu was quite surprised to see the muscular man in front of him wearing a worn dark blue waistcoat, black wrist guards, a dark brown belt, and boots. Luo Hu is very familiar with the character Afu. He has strong personal tactical skills and explosive power. He can easily defeat Jackie Chan and True in a head-on confrontation. He can also easily defeat Blake, the sheriff of District 13. When he was still immortal, he was able to beat Gon Wen-Sui, one of Daolong's men, to the point of being on the verge of death. Judging from these points of view, Ah Fu's personal strength is definitely a top-notch master among ordinary people. In addition, Ah Fu is a tough, brave, fierce, warlike, and irritable person by nature. Although he is crude and barbaric, and both good and evil, he remains generally decent. At the same time, Ah Fu is also a martial arts fanatic. He grandmasters dozens of martial arts and fighting techniques. The most important thing is that he is loyal to every one of his bosses. Ah Fu, who was so hungry that he was about to faint from hunger, was planning to eat a free meal and then run away. However, when he raised his eyes, he suddenly stopped. He saw Luo Hu looking straight at him. As a disciple of Shaolin Temple who later joined the United States Marine Corps and had never been defeated in many years of mercenary wars, this was the first time he felt an aura that he could not rival at all. When it comes to killing methods, Ah Fu thinks he is definitely not weak. But the murderous aura that emanated from Luo Hu all the time made his entire soul tremble. "Do you know me?" Ah Fu's eyes regained some color as he asked. He could tell that Luo Hu was definitely a fellow Hu Xiao like him. Nothing else to say. At least it seemed that he wouldn't have to go hungry today. Luo Hu's eyes surveyed Ah Fu's rapidly stabilizing complexion. A hint of admiration revealed in his calm eyes. "This Ah Fu is very suitable to be a thug. Please sit down." After saying this, Luo Hu waved his hand and asked the owner of Old John's breakfast shop to serve Ah Fu. As meals with the taste of home were served on the table, Ah Fu's eyes turned green like a wild wolf that had been hungry for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the sumptuous food in front of him, and a low swallowing sound unconsciously came from his throat. He was starving. Although he was very skilled and could have robbed the American residents, they had guns. Ah Fu didn't want to take the risk of being shot unless it was absolutely necessary. After enduring for a few seconds and seeing that Luo Hu didn't show any reaction, the next second, Ah Fu stretched out his hands, grabbed several large pieces of food on the table, and stuffed them into his mouth, totally disregarding his image. He chewed with big mouthfuls, his cheeks bulging like a black python storing food. He swallowed every bite of food hastily before he had time to chew it slowly, as if he was afraid that someone would compete with him for it. In a short while, he had already eaten most of the food that was originally piled up on the table. "What do you need from me?" After eating a lot, Ah Fu finally couldn't help but ask. There is no free lunch in the world. No one would be kind to strangers for no reason. If so, then there must be some benefit for him. "Just follow me from now on and be my thug," Luo Hu said in a relaxed tone. Although in his opinion, Ah Fu's strength is not worth mentioning at all, and is not even worth a hair. But there is no way. Luo Hu just admires this martial arts fanatic with a strange appearance and thinks he is worth training. Just like Kaido in the pirate's world, but unfortunately Kaido couldn't get away and continue to follow me because he had a family to support. Hearing this, Ah Fu looked at Luo Hu in surprise. He originally thought that Luo Hu wanted him to do something shameful. "I didn't expect that he would be his subordinate, although being someone's subordinate is a bit embarrassing." However, when he thought about the fact that he had all the skills but had to suffer from hunger and cold in a foreign country, Ah Fu didn't want to hesitate anymore. "Please, it would be stupid if you still don't understand, even when someone has come to your doorstep. Fu Hongfa is willing to serve the boss." Luo Hu nodded. Ah Fu, whose original name is Fu Hongfa, is a master of multiple fighting techniques, Wuxia martial arts, and killing techniques. He was once a mercenary who participated in many wars. He not only mastered multiple combat tactics, but also mastered various weapons and firearms. He is simply an all-round modern martial arts master. Although this martial arts master was always fired by his boss, because he worked too roughly and often accidentally broke various objects, he was forced to live on the streets. The other side is deep underground in an inconspicuous telephone booth in a bustling area of the city center. Jackie Chan, who had been defeated time and again in the process of searching for the talisman, looked at his good friend Sheriff Blake with a confused face. He has really suffered an unprecedented blow these days. The martial arts routines learned from my father can only barely cope with a ninja soldier. However, as soon as he found the spell, groups of shadows and night clothes began to gather from all directions, even under his feet. They cooperated very well, like a ghost ninja born from the same mother, and they would beat him and run away in fear every time. If his little niece hadn't been smart at the time, he might not have been able to get the only tiger talisman in his hand. Don't worry, Jackie Chan, talismans and the like are not as useful as the thing in my hand. And our District 13 of America is the safest place in the world. No one can break our iron defense. Blake looked around at the heavily guarded police officers and confidently raised the laser cannon weapon in his hand. He always believes that nothing is unsolvable in the face of the power of technology, including those so-called ghost ninja soldiers. However, as time passed, the night grew darker and a dangerous smell seemed to spread in the air. Outside Area 13, clusters of black fog emerged and stretched out beneath the shadows. Dozens of ghost ninja soldiers appeared silently, and then disappeared quickly like ghosts. Luo Hu accompanied the ninja soldiers through the darkness. Looking at the increasingly approaching Area 13, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. I really hope you won't resist. Great mercy, amen. Luo Hu really doesn't want to cause random killings under normal circumstances. Unless there's a real conflict of interest, or those who don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. At this time, under Luo Hu's arrangement, Afu had followed the ninja soldiers to the Gulf of Mexico to find a talisman on the Bull Warrior's head. The ninja soldiers who were previously defeated by the Bull Warrior with the help of talismans due to lack of manpower have now directly assembled thousands of people. Even a mouthful of spit from one person could drown him. Luo Hu himself chose to go to District 13 in person to look for the power of the Tiger Talisman. Normally, this kind of thing could be accomplished by the ninja himself, but unfortunately his father had deployed a large amount of chi magic inside Area 13 in advance. This also resulted in the ninja soldiers being unable to touch the safety door of the protection spell. So Luo Hu could only come here in person to see what Sheriff Blake called the safest District 13 in the world. The base in District 13 is not far from Old John's breakfast shop, just a few streets away. But dozens of meters below that inconspicuous telephone booth lies Area 13, which is considered to be the most advanced technological center in America. It was an indestructible, majestic steel fortress. It was like a sleeping beast lying quietly deep underground. The steel fortress of District 13 is buried deep underground. Its huge walls are made of thick steel plates, shining with a cold metallic luster. The walls are densely covered with various fortifications and watchtowers, which are daunting. As you get closer, you can see that the gate of the fortress is tightly closed, like an insurmountable barrier. The door is inlaid with huge and solid rivets and surrounded by sharp spikes. Any enemy who attempts to force his way will be blocked by this line of defense. Once you enter the fortress, you will find a different world here. The wide streets are crisscrossed, and tall buildings are lined up on both sides. Countless special police officers with strong combat effectiveness are roaming on them and are on full alert. If ordinary criminals attacked under the cover of night, the police officers in District 13 could react quickly and kill them accurately. However, what they're facing today is not an ordinary army, but a ninja army from the Shadow Kingdom. Compared with combat power, the most invincible ability of the Shadow Legion is the ability to shuttle through darkness and shadows. The camp in Area 13 was brightly lit, but was impossible to dispel all darkness anywhere. At this time, although it was dark, the camp in Area 13 was still brightly lit. The roar of generators continued to sound in the dark, and teams of patrol police were wandering around the entire camp. The omnipresent ghost ninjas in recent days have forced them to step up their alert to level 1. With the help of Dad's chi magic, they resisted the repeated attacks of the ghost ninja and protected the seemingly inconspicuous tiger talisman. Although they also didn't know why a group of special police officers would protect a broken stone. But the superiors' orders were like this, and they simply couldn't resist the temptation of 6 times the salary. As time slowly passes, soon, a team of senior police officers patrolled and entered a corner of District 13 to provide area security. Just as the team entered the corner, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. Suddenly, these senior police officers all looked serious, one by one. These days they have fully understood how the ghost ninja soldiers appear and how to eliminate them. Bang, bang, bang. But before the ghost ninja jumped out of the darkness, the sound of a series of bullets firing rang out continuously. The bullets rained down like raindrops, forming a series of extremely dense barges. They came whistling at an astonishing speed and with a powerful impact, as if they were going to tear everything in front of them into pieces. Each bullet carried a deadly threat, leaving dazzling trails of fire in the air, interweaving into a terrifying web of death. This endless storm of bullets left people with nowhere to escape, and they could only tremble in fear under its terrifying pressure. Not surprisingly, the bullets of these police officers had already been blessed with Dad's chi magic. Although the ghost ninjas are powerful in combat, they can only perform better in assassinations. A head-on battle like this is still very difficult, especially when the police officers are blessed with chi magic. The ghost ninja soldiers become even more difficult to deal with. Soon, hundreds of ghost ninja soldiers were beaten into scattered shadows and disappeared into the darkness. However, before the police officers could breathe a sigh of relief, a large number of scarlet eyes appeared again in the dark shadow on the ground. Puff, puff, puff. But before they could get scared, there was a series of sounds of hidden weapons cutting throats, flesh cutting, and blood spurting. The A-team member senior police team members from District 13 only felt a sharp pain in their throats. Their tracheas were broken and their lives were draining away as fast as their blood. They fell to the ground and struggled for a few seconds before completely losing their breath. As these people fell, Luo Hu's figure slowly walked out of the darkness. The cooperation between these shadow ninjas is still very tacit. Although they were eliminated in a wave, they are shadow energy from the Shadow Kingdom, after all. It is an existence that is neither born nor destroyed. Unless Luo Hu himself becomes a Buddha and becomes Tang Sanzang, chanting Ba all day long without any evil thoughts. Otherwise, these soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps will just keep coming back as they are killed one after another. The sound of gunfire was particularly harsh in the quiet Area 13. In an instant, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the entire area. Everyone on alert! Everyone on alert! This shout was like thunder exploding in the camp. The people who were already on full alert instantly tensed up. Their eyes quickly swept over the dark shadows around them. Their hands tightly grasped their weapons, and their bodies unconsciously made defensive postures. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a war was about to begin. Everyone knew that they could not slack off at this moment, and had to concentrate on dealing with the possible crisis. Behind a group of police officers, Sergeant Blake, with his bald head, stared at Luo Hu's position with a sharp gaze. He is the highest police chief of the entire 13th District, responsible for coordinating and dispatching all senior police officers. Although the ghost ninja soldiers these days have made him doubt his life, in this unreal world, he has always believed that the power of technology can definitely eliminate all darkness. Compared with the previous attacks, the only difference this time was that a Huxiao man whom he had never seen before appeared in front of the ninja soldiers. This should be the leader of these ninja soldiers. The causes of the recent bad events can all be attributed to this person. Realizing this, Sergeant Blake quickly gave the order, "Enemy invasion. Open fire immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of police officers who had already gathered beside him quickly pulled the triggers of various firearms and artillery shells. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, but was immediately broken by a deafening burst of gunfire. The entire camp was instantly plunged into chaos and noise. Da-bang, bang, bang. Various guns fired at the same time. Bullets poured out densely like raindrops, drawing deadly arcs in the air. These whistling gunshots intertwined together, forming a thrilling death movement that made people shudder. However, after a few minutes of firepower output, these high-tech weapons that made Sheriff Blake confident with his hands in his pockets did not cause any reaction from Luo Hu. There won't even be a slight break in the skin. Now, all the dense bullets and artillery shells were blocked by the wall of mental power and were pushed into the air, unable to move forward. Oh my God, Chief Blake, if anyone can kill this Huxiao man, then I guess it can only be God himself wearing a helmet and going to the battlefield. A group of police officers looked at each other in bewilderment, sweat pouring down their foreheads. At this moment, facing Luo Hu's supernatural power, they no longer had any thought of resisting. Open fire. Don't stop. If bullets don't work, bury him with artillery shells. Although Sheriff Blake was also very shocked by Luo Hu's methods, as the highest sheriff, he had no way of stopping, because this is an order from above, an order from the President of the United States. The people above have already learned about the power of the spell from the ancient texts and are analyzing it quickly. Whether the beautiful United States can become great again in this era depends on him. The President needs him to guard the Tiger Talisman and retrieve the other 11 talismans from Luo Hu. Looking at the police officers in front of him who raised their guns and aimed them at him again, Luo Hu smiled helplessly. I don't want to cause so much bloodshed, but there are always rat-like guys like you. Why won't you just hand over the talisman to me? A hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He looked at the hundreds of District 13 police officers in front of him and suddenly fell on Chief Blake. He smiled and said, "They all listen to you, so I will kill you." Sheriff Blake frowned and quickly put his hand down. The police officers in front of them seemed to have received orders and continued to fire the shells and gunpowder in their hands. However, these artillery shells and bullets were still blocked 3 meters away. "Stop! We surrender. The Tiger Talisman can be given to you, but you have to promise not to harm my police officers." At this moment, Sheriff Blake was finally completely scared. He desperately hoped to surrender in exchange for the chance for the police officers and himself to survive. However, Sheriff Blake had not yet finished his words. Puh! Luo Hu snapped his fingers crisply. Sheriff Blake, who was still trying to surrender, let out screams of pain on the spot. His eyes turned red, blood was dripping from his waist and abdomen, and his whole body was twisted in half by the powerful mental power. Run away! Faced with the death of the sheriff, the remaining police officers were finally completely terrified. Everyone's hair stood on end. They were terrified and turned around to run away, wishing they had a dozen more legs and could run away from District 13. What kind of Superman is this? There's not a single weak, ordinary person among them. Each one is a well-trained senior police officer. All of them have superb shooting skills. But when dealing with Luo Hu in this way, with all kinds of weapons bombarding him, he couldn't even break his defense and couldn't even make contact with him. How can we fight this? Guys, you want to leave after firing your gun? Aren't you Americans so rude? The officers just turned and ran. They felt a huge pressure enveloping them from behind. Recalling the death of Sheriff Blake, the police officers were suddenly terrified, trembling, and turned to look at Luo Hu. At that moment, everyone seemed to see only a devilish smile. Bang! With a crisp sound, bones and flesh splattered. A police officer's head exploded on the spot, and his headless body was thrown towards. It flew across the distance and hit the steel wall in the distance. Luo Hu smiled as he waved his fingers repeatedly, quickly casting the mental power of the chicken spell on the remaining police officers, and wiped out all the whimpering people. In a moment, the entire area seemed to be covered by a scarlet rainstorm, and blood rushed everywhere like a flood. The originally hard ground was now completely stained with blood, turning into a horrifying sea of blood. The crimson liquid gathered together to form rushing rivers of blood, flowing rapidly along the terrain, making bursts of low and terrifying sounds. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous, as if they were in the abyss of hell. However, Luo Hu did not show any discomfort at all and walked towards the safe in silence, as usual, ignoring the dense chi magic on the ground and taking the Tiger Talisman in his hand. The sound of the system absorbing the power of the talisman also began to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the Zodiac Tiger Stone. Mastering the power of yin and yang balance can maintain the ultimate balance of all the energy in your body. The power of yin and yang balance. Really good. Luo Hu murmured to himself as he felt the waves of extreme comfort in his body. It was an indescribable experience, as if there was a warm and gentle force that slowly brushed across every cell in the body like a spring breeze, balancing all the incompatible energies. Not only that, at this moment, Luo Hu also felt a desire to break through in his body. That is his evil side, a real, murderous Luo Hu. However, Luo Hu had no worries about his evil thoughts, because the tiger spell is in his body after all. This evil thought cannot go against my will at all. Otherwise, Luo Hu can seal him back into his body at any time. To put it simply, it is like having an extra obedient and useful clone. About an hour had passed since Luo Hu destroyed the entire District 13. The entire beautiful atmosphere seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. The military has directly intervened in the highest level investigation into the destruction of District 13. Luo Hu's behavior, which showed no intention of hiding himself at all, naturally caught the attention of the Myligian military. It's not like they haven't seen people with supernatural powers in this world. However, they had absolutely no experience with methods like Luo Hu's, who killed hundreds of elite police officers with just a wave of his hand. After all, in this age where technology is king, those so-called psychics will obediently obey orders when faced with the range lock of Myligian's AK and RPG. No matter how strong manpower is, can it be stronger than firepower? If it can withstand bullets, can it also withstand atomic bombs? After randomly finding an uninhabited location, Luo Hu chose not to suppress the evil clone in his body and released it. After a very strange feeling of division passed, Luo Hu sighed as he looked at the figure in front of him, who was 99.9% similar to himself, but exuded an extra strong, murderous aura. This guy would definitely act more extreme than all the killings he had ever caused. Fortunately, Luo Hu was still able to restrain it with the power of balance. An obedient clone is still very good. If not, Luo Hu would have no choice but to let this evil thought be sealed for life like the Holy Lord. As he was thinking about his own evil side, the dark shadow on the ground suddenly began to lengthen. After a fluctuation, a ghost ninja slowly emerged from the depths of the shadows. It's the horse spell coming. Luo Hu raised his mouth and took the talisman from the ninja soldier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the 12 zodiac talismans and the horse talisman. The noble horse will remove all external forces in the body. Just as the system introduced, the horse talisman has the power of rules to eliminate all external forces. In other words, any factors related to poor physical condition will be completely eliminated by the horse talisman. This even includes physical fatigue. Very good. I seem to be beginning to understand everything. Luo Hu clenched his fists and felt the endless power surging in his body. If Luo Hu's physical strength was in a very persistent state before and could at least sustain high-intensity battles for 20 to 30 days and nights. Now, after obtaining the power of the horse talisman, Luo Hu will no longer be limited by physical strength. In other words, no matter how Luo Hu releases his abilities, he will never feel tired again. That's great. Another powerful divine force has entered my body. Sooner or later, I will fight back. Luo Hu glanced at the evil thought that had completely inherited all of his abilities. This guy's voice was full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill everyone he disliked, and his entire body exuded a sense of extremism. Carrot, at -2 at plus. As for the evil thought's words about fighting back, Luo Hu naturally felt something. Before he came to this plane, his arm was chopped off by a sudden sharp sword. Although the sword energy that time was completely emitted spontaneously by the sword blade, it had nothing to do with the owner of the sword. But, after all, Luo Hu also had his arm broken because of this. It would be impossible for him to say that he had no resentment in his heart. The emergence of evil thoughts will naturally magnify these intentions without limit. It's still a long way to go to get revenge now. The owner of that sword is at least a powerful person in the realm of immortal cultivation. If you want to be hostile, you must at least enter that regular plane and obtain the corresponding cultivation level. Luo Hu said in a flat tone. Of course Lousy knows. I was just saying it casually just now. If you go looking for him now, what's the difference between that and courting death? Now, in addition to the power of the bull talisman, we should focus on finding the other 9 ghost masks. Although it's not very useful, it's still very useful as a professional worker and pathfinder. Evil Thought changed the subject and immediately put away his rebelliousness. He is a bit extreme, but extreme does not mean he will kill the currency. Who the hell would seek death when they can't win? Isn't it nice to have a weird development? At night, Luo Hu and his evil clones split into 2 groups, each leading a group of ghost ninja soldiers to find the last 9 masks. Although according to the plot, the 10 masks gathered together will revive the 10 ghost generals of Japan and trigger the darkness that permeates the entire world. But Luo Hu is not afraid of these at all. What a shitty general. A bull warrior with a bull talisman can counter this thing. If Luo Hu takes action himself, he can tear these so-called generals into pieces like spicy sticks in minutes. After several days of searching, all the masks were collected by Luo Hu, thereby absorbing the capabilities of all the Ghost Shadow Core, including the Ninja Core, the Blade Core, the Nightbat Core, the Troll Core, the Giant Pincer Core, the Side Shadow Core, the Fun Core, the Shadow Devouring Core, and the Samurai Core. Although the 10 so-called Japanese generals did resurrect the moment the masks were gathered, but before they could declare their vow of resurrection, Luo Hu had already seen the evil side's method of killing people. The Ghost General, who seemed extremely powerful to ordinary people, was as fragile as a chick just hatched from an egg in the hands of malice. With a gust of wind from his fist, the Haki, fruit, and other abilities had not yet been used, and the bodies of these ghost generals were like cracked eggs. They were blown apart on the spot by the malice punch. Their flesh and blood were torn into pieces, and the broken bones of their spines flew everywhere, making the ground bloody. During this period of time, Jackie Chan and others, as representatives of righteousness, naturally came out to stop Luo Hu. But the final result is still nothing. However, Luo Hu had no intention of putting an end to them. After all, this plane of the world still emphasizes the definition of the balance between yin and yang. If the representative of righteousness is eliminated, Luo Hu himself will inevitably be attacked by another powerful righteous person. One can't do it right. At that time, the 8 immortals who sealed the devil will appear and descend into the world. Luo Hu himself has no means to deal with these immortal cultivators who have already ascended to become immortals. So it is better to keep the so-called dragon team and let them maintain the balance of power. Moreover, Luo Hu also believed that his state of mind became much calmer after his evil clone left his body. Luo Hu himself would not bother to cause killing unless it was necessary. Just when Luo Hu was thinking about whether he should find some time to leave this world and let it restore its normal and balanced operation, the dark shadow on the ground began to fluctuate again. Several ninja soldiers returned with Afu, who had gone to the Gulf of Mexico to look for the bull talisman. Judging from his high-spirited expression, he must have defeated the bull warrior very easily and retrieved the talisman. "Boss, this is what you want." Luo Hu took it and asked casually, "It seems that this bull warrior is not difficult for you to deal with. That guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. I can't beat him in a head-on confrontation, but..." Afu hesitated for a moment, seemed to feel a little embarrassed, then took out an American submachine gun from behind and placed it in front of him. Luo Hu was stunned when he saw it. All the ninja soldiers he sent out were defeated and scattered on the ground by the bull warriors carrying talismans. It turns out that Afu, who is portrayed as such a middle-aged guy in the plot, is actually so smart. But come to think of it, Dad often says that we should use magic to fight magic. But sometimes using MP5 to deal with magic can be very effective. Then, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zodiac Talisman Stone, Ox Talisman. The divine power from the yak will greatly increase your strength. After the magical power of the cow talisman enters the body, Luo Hu clearly felt a new energy in his body, which was surging along the meridians and quickly merged into his limbs and bones. At this moment, all of Luo Hu's blood vessels and meridians suddenly bulged and beat violently, filled with a powerful aura of strength. The power of a spell is determined by the qi in the user's body. The stronger your physique, the more abundant the qi in your body, and the more powerful the power the talisman can exert. So after Xiaoyu got the chicken charm, she could only lift one toru at most, but the Holy Lord could easily make things weighing dozens of tons flow. The bull spell used by Luo Hu is even more powerful. If Luo Hu, who once existed in the pirate's world, could destroy a small island in an instant with his full strength, now he can directly destroy a medium-sized island with an area of 20 square kilometers. Such power blessing is simply terrifying. If you add the Haki entanglement explosion unique to the pirate's plane. At this moment, Luo Hu has completely become a human-shaped nuclear warhead, and Luo Hu himself is far more powerful than an ordinary nuclear bomb. As we all know, one little boy is enough to destroy 200,000 devils. And when Luo Hu punches with all his strength, the power is unimaginable. At the same time that Luo Hu successfully collected the most precious talisman in the adventure plane world, deep in another dark forest, inside an old castle that has been eroded by the vicissitudes of time and looks dilapidated, an old man in a black robe with gray hair and a wrinkled face was muttering strange notes that did not sound like human language at all. And in front of the old man, there was a large tripod with an ancient shape, which was filled with a thick black and purple liquid with a strong odor. And with every syllable of the old man, these mysterious and strange liquids seemed to be suddenly endowed with life and consciousness. They seemed to have their own unique souls and began to boil violently in a jaw-dropping way. The liquid's surface, which was originally as calm as a mirror, seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, causing ripples. Then countless tiny bubbles rose from the bottom, quickly gathering into huge bubbles that continued to expand and burst, making a gurgling sound. After a few minutes, the old man stopped muttering. The liquid inside the cauldron also returned to calm. However, at this moment, the surface of the liquid appeared to be like hell, as if this big cauldron was the gateway to hell. Dark Spirit Wizard. Let's make a deal. Holy Lord. Daolong looked expressionlessly at the reflection of the Holy Lord emerging from a cauldron. Very good. You recognized me. It seems that you are a very qualified black wizard. The Holy Lord's reflection spoke in a very arrogant tone. As the strongest demon wizard ever, he has the confidence to face all the dark wizards. Daolong narrowed his eyes, which were already somewhat cloudy, and the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together, as if the years had carved deep and shallow marks on his face. Through the narrow gap, a sharp and cold light was looming, which made people shudder. He heard the condescending tone in the Holy Lord's voice. This made him very uncomfortable. Why are you trying to show off when it's just a broken stone? Is he really so noble that he would be locked in hell and rely on himself to communicate? My life is running out. I need your talisman. The loyal dog will give me the power of eternal life. In return, I will use black magic to summon your body back. Daolong said in a low voice. He has mastered a large amount of black energy magic. This naturally includes the devilish means of resurrecting the Holy Lord. No problem, but I have one condition. The Holy Lord's perspective slowly lengthened. Then, Daolong's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His eyes widened to the extreme, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out of his eye sockets. His originally dark and deep eyes were now filled with astonishment and fear, as if his heart was tightly grasped by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He saw 7 other demons that exuded the same powerful aura as the Holy Lord. Before you activate your black magic, go find my teeth and grind them all into powder, then add them in to increase the power of the summoning magic. In hell, the Holy Lord's soul twisted and circled in the huge dragon's eye, filled with hatred. You mean, I want you to release all 8 demons from your last era? Daolong thought for a moment. As a dark wizard, he naturally saw through the Holy Lord's thoughts at a glance. If all these demons were released, he was no longer confident that he could control the situation. If it was just a Saint Lord, he could still use magic in advance to restrain the opponent. That's right, in return, I will give you all my power. All 12 talismans are yours. The Holy Lord said calmly, as if he didn't care about his talisman at all. Why should I trust you to keep your promise? Because I am the most honorable demon wizard, and it is well known that I am the one who keeps my promises the most. In hell, confidence appeared on the Holy Lord's dragon face. That's right, Black Spirit Wizard. As long as you summon us all back, we will give you all the power of the Holy Lord. He won't stand a chance against us. The tall and thin moon demon Julan beside him spoke slowly, and his tone seemed as if he didn't care at all about the Holy Lord who was only in the form of a soul beside him. The other demons also nodded and said they would work together to restrain the Holy Lord. Among them, the lightning demon Zhongsu fired a bolt of lightning to disperse the Holy Lord's soul in order to show his sincerity. Seeing this, Daolong, deal. I will complete the black magic in the shortest possible time. I hope you will keep your promise, otherwise. If I have the means to summon you, I also have the means to seal you back into hell. Daolong threatened with a cold expression. Although he was not sure he could deal with so many demons, he must not be weak in momentum. At least it can make the other party hesitate. But Daolong didn't know that after he ended the communication with the Holy Lord, the 8 demons on the other side of hell all returned to their original emotionless appearance. Humble human, I'll eat him first when I get out. Shimu looked at the meat mountain in front of him with disdain. What's so delicious about an old man? Bagong, you really are not picky about food. No wonder your whole body is covered with disgusting fat. Host Luo Hu. Power. Exceeding the threshold of this world. Agility. Exceeds the threshold of this world. Physical strength. Exceeds the threshold of this world. Ability. 12 talismans, 10 ghost troops, all devil fruits. Conqueror's Haki. There is basically nothing else to collect in this plane. It's time to leave. Luo Hu muttered to himself that the reason he came to this plane was simply because he stumbled into it by accident while escaping. In this low-level chi magic plane, there is basically nothing worth collecting except abilities such as talismans. In that case, let's go. After collecting the abilities of the talismans and masks, the evil clone, who had been lying down and massaging for a few days and was beginning to feel a little bored, nodded in response. After all, under Luo Hu's intimidation, he lay down very obediently, and not even a chicken was killed. Just as Luo Hu waved his hand and used the power of the space fruit to cut open space and was ready to lead others in. At this moment, the originally bright and vast sky in the distance suddenly dimmed at an astonishing speed, as if a black curtain was suddenly pulled down by an invisible giant hand, until it was completely plunged into endless darkness. The distant horizon seemed to be swallowed up by an unpredictable force in the blink of an eye. The originally azure sky, like a gem, disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a heart-pounding dark color, like ink poured on rice paper, which quickly spread and enveloped the entire field of vision in this boundless darkness. Interesting. Laozi is almost gone, but the will of this world is still balancing the yin and yang energies. Luo Hu retracted the space crack that was almost formed and turned around with his clone to fly directly towards the dark sky. As for whether it will be dangerous, as it stands now, the most dangerous person in the world may be Luo Hu himself. A moment passed. Luo Hu traveled a long distance to the center of the strange sky. At this moment, he saw an old man with gray hair standing steadily in the place that looked like a mysterious altar. His body was slightly hunched, but he exuded a thick black aura, and the whole person revealed an indescribable sense of darkness and evil. The old man was seen waving his hands constantly, dancing like a nimble butterfly and muttering something at the same time. Those obscure spells were like mysterious languages handed down from ancient times, carrying some unknown power and rhythm, echoing endlessly in this silent space. As he danced and muttered, the air around him seemed to begin to tremble faintly, as if an invisible breath was being awakened and gathered. Daolong? Why is this guy here? Luo Hu was a little surprised when he saw the old man jumping on the ground and sweating profusely. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze, and horrible roars came from inside the altar, even accompanied by angry roars. Luo Hu raised the corner of his mouth and planned to see what this Daolong could do. After a few seconds, Daolong stopped moving with a tired look on his face. A magnificent and spacious gate of hell that looked like a tombstone suddenly opened. Dozens of strange beasts of various shapes surged out. And behind these strange beasts, 8 aggressive demons came eagerly to walk out of the hell that had imprisoned them for endless years. We are free. This world will eventually fall into the hands of the devil. Damn humans. Just wait. Endless slavery. Zhongsu and Basha, 2 relatively older demons, vented their inner frustration and resentment. They have been sealed by humans for too long, so their inner resentment towards humans has reached its peak. However, before they could finish their words, the evil thought clone that was trapped in the air suddenly stood up and rushed forward like a cannonball. The moment he rushed out, the calm muscles all over his body seemed to be awakened. They all appeared, protruding from the flesh and blood. They looked hideous, flashing a cold metallic light, and had a terrifying aura, as if a terrifying ancient beast had suddenly awakened. In the blink of an eye, the evil thought transformed into a terrifying form that was over 3 meters tall, with a muscular body, purple-black Haki surrounding his entire body, black lightning firing everywhere, scorching flames flying nonstop. The whole person was so terrifying that he looked more like a demon than a devil. Luo Hu sighed as he looked at his murderous clone. These newly resurrected demons may soon regret coming into this world. After transforming into the highest combat power form, he clenched his evil thoughts and spread out his terrifying telekinesis. Dozens of ferocious beasts exploded instantly and turned into bloody pieces. A bloody rain fell directly to the ground. I bloom in the midst of slaughter like a flower at dawn. Feeling the thrill of killing, evil thoughts laughed heartily. Is this really a human? Looking at the terrifying man in front of them, the demons stood there in shock. For a moment, it was unclear who was the devil. Holy Lord, long time no see. Luo Hu smiled as he looked at the Holy Lord who was tiptoeing to leave from the air. He remembered that the lizard dragon statue of the Holy Lord had said before that he wanted to seek revenge on him. Luo Hu just finished speaking when there was a loud bang. The originally calm air suddenly made a shrill humming sound, as if it was compressed. An extremely dangerous atmosphere filled the air, and a black shadow rushed over an extremely fast speed like a burning, sharp meteorite. The Holy Lord, who had just been resurrected and hadn't even taken a few breaths of air, looked terrified, with goosebumps all over his body. He quickly turned around and tried to hide, but having lost all his magic power, he didn't even have time to make a move. With a click, Luo Hu's terrifying hand came forward and pressed down on his dragon head's face. With unmatched strength, with a bang, the Holy Lord's entire body was pressed directly into the ground. The solid dragon head began to show dense cracks. The fishy smell of blood and soil began to spread. I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me, or even more powerful demons will descend upon this world until you can no longer resist. The dragon head shattered, and the Holy Lord let out an extremely shrill scream on the spot. But Luo Hu didn't care at all. His expression remained unchanged. He held down the struggling Holy Lord with one hand, and suddenly grabbed him with force. The Holy Lord's dragon head was crushed to pieces and died tragically. His soul and body were restored, and he returned to hell. The evil clones on the other side were even more brutal. Basically, none of the 7 demons could withstand one round before their bodies were torn into pieces, with broken limbs and blood all over the ground. At this time, Daolong on one side was so frightened that he was out of his wits and extremely terrified. He couldn't believe it. Is this really the power of human beings? Tear the devil apart with bare hands? Didn't the master say that we have to use black magic to fight the devil? Boom! After the continuous roars, the scene was filled with blood and gore. The demon Zhongsu, who had also ruled an era after the Holy Lord, was left with only a tattered body. He died in a horrible way, with flesh and blood all over the place. Under the terrifying attack of the evil clone, there was not a single piece of his body left intact. At first glance, the bloody shreds of meat were extremely shocking. Ding Ho's clone successfully killed the lightning demon Zhongsu and successfully absorbed the power of thunder. Host's lightning damage increased by 10%. At the moment when the thunder demon Zhongsu died, an unclear energy rule surged into Luo Hu's body, and the lightning energy in his body boiled abnormally, as if it had absorbed a tonic, and he became even more manic. Every time you kill a demon, you can absorb the divine power that governs the rules of this world. This is definitely a sure-win project for Luo Hu now, because the demons in these worlds have been imprisoned for too long and have already lost their peak power. Otherwise, even a fully powered Saint Lord Luo Hu would be difficult to deal with without the blessing of Qi magic. After all, those talismans that symbolize the power of rules are not so easy to deal with. Just a random dog talisman can preserve the immortal body of the Holy Lord. Add to that the horse talisman that can instantly restore full health, and it's enough to give the Holy Lord a headache just thinking about facing such a Holy Lord. Suddenly, Luo Hu's terrifying body was filled with a powerful and unusual aura, and his eyes were sharp, cold, and terrifying. He suddenly turned around and looked at the moon demon Julan, who had controlled the gravity to fly high into the sky, and tried to escape. Want to escape? The clone's voice was as calm as water, yet it echoed throughout the sky with a killing determination. Julan swallowed hard, looking at the figure approaching him rapidly like a god of death with extreme fear. In front of this human, he had already developed a completely irresistible feeling. The Holy Lord guy didn't even have time to react before he was killed instantly. Human, there must be some misunderstandings between us. This is all the Lord's fault. Julan tried to explain in horror. Misunderstand? The evil clone's eyes were very indifferent, without any emotion at all. There is no misunderstanding at all. I just simply want to kill you. You're going too far. Julan's face turned pale. Obviously, he was very angry. He is the leader of the 8 ancient demons and also the oldest. When have I ever been looked down upon like this? This is simply going too far. You're right. Laozi is going to bully you too much, so what? Whoosh. The clone's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left on the spot. The terrifying body carried an unparalleled aura. The next moment, a heavy black slap directly slapped Zhu Lan in the face, and with a bang, Zhu Lan, who was about to fly to the moon, was slapped down like slapping a mosquito. Boom! Zhu Lan let out a scream on the spot, and his body fell rapidly from the air like a rotten wood, and with a bang, hit the ground in the distance. But after his body hit the ground, he did not die immediately. His body, which was already shaking, now floated up with difficulty like a candle in the wind. It seems that Julan, as the big brother among the demons, has some strength, but at this moment he was already in a dying state and was not worth mentioning at all. Looking at Julan's actions, Evil Thought frowned, feeling a little unhappy. I didn't even kill the other person with one slap. The efficiency is somewhat low. Boom! The sound of air explosion appeared. The Evil Thought's body strengthened several times again. and then disappeared in an instant. When he was at full strength, both his power and speed were increased to an irresistible level. In an instant, when he appeared again, he was already behind Zhulan. His huge palm was shiny black and surrounded by black thunder and lightning. His 5 fingers were like sharp blades. He grabbed down suddenly, and with a puff, he grabbed Zhulan's head, then pull it out with all your strength. Hiss! Aowa! Zhulan let out screams of extreme pain and quickly covered his head with his hands, trying to pull away the evil hand. But that absolute power made it impossible for him to resist. Next moment, shout out! Zhulan's entire head, including the spine connected to his neck, was pulled out by the evil thoughts. Blood was dripping all over the place, and a large number of bloody nerves were attached. The smell of blood was also extremely fishy and spurted out on the spot. Ding! Host clone kills the moon demon and successfully records the moon's gravitational power. After completely losing its vitality, the headless corpse of Zhulan staggered and fell to the ground. At the same time, the evil clone of the killer flashed again and appeared behind the sea demon Basha, who once created the underwater kingdom Atlantis. Grabbing the long spine of Zhulan in his hand, he swept forward with terrifying power. No! Basha, who watched Zhulan die, was terrified and screamed in fear. Bang! Her body was swept away by the hard spine and hit the ground far away, turning into a puddle of water that tried to seep into the ground and escape. Oh, is it similar to the ability of elementalization? Luo Hu glanced with a little surprise at Basa, who had already begun to flow underground, and then his entire figure turned into thunder and approached quickly. Next moment, Luo Hu appeared directly behind Basha, and his terrifying palm suddenly swept across and slapped the water on the ground. The high-temperature flames carried a fiery and chilling breath, causing the air to distort and change. I know I was wrong. All this was the Lord's intention. He was the one who tricked us into ruling the world together. Don't kill me. He felt that most of the water in his body was dissipating in an instant, and he was about to be burned to death. Basha's face, which was originally pink and moist, turned pale as paper, without a trace of blood, as if all the vitality had been drained away. Her big, ocean-like eyes were wide open, staring ahead in horror, with her eyeballs almost popping out. Her lips also lost their former redness, trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something but could not make a sound. There were cold sweat on her forehead, and beads of sweat kept sliding down her cheeks, soaking her collar. She was like a candle in the wind, shaky and about to collapse, as if she would collapse to the ground in the next second. It doesn't matter, just bear with it and it will pass. The voice of evil thoughts was extremely wicked, and it broke into Basha's mind from far away. It was like a devilish sound filling her brain, which frightened her so much that the little water in her body turned into a hot stream and flowed out from her fishtail. Mercy, 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 please, mercy. If you kill me, there will definitely be more powerful demons born. It's better to keep me as your slave. Basha begged for mercy and cried, trying to save her life. She once thought that being sealed in hell was a life worse than death. But it was not until she actually faced death that she realized that she also felt fear like ordinary humans. A more powerful demon? No one is more powerful than me. My existence will bring balance to this world. The clone grinned fiercely and suddenly pinched Basha's temple with his palm. Snap! Ah! As if someone was squeezing a balloon, a scream rang out, and one could clearly see at the scene that the half-human, half-fish head of the other party shattered instantly, turning into a pool of blood and dripping all over the ground. All of Luo Hu's abilities are also gathered in the evil mind's body. The hot flame of the Maramara fruit in the palm of her hand suddenly spread out, instantly burning Basha's body to ashes. In the blink of an eye, including the Holy Lord, the two relatively powerful demons, Zhulan and Basha, were all killed. The 4 powers of the moon's gravity, ocean power, fire power, and lightning power all entered Luo Hu's body. Although these energies are insignificant to Luo Hu now, but the skills of Bai Hao are still very fragrant. At this moment, the bloody ground made the remaining demons extremely frightened. They retreated frantically. Every demon who once ruled the world swallowed his saliva, clenched his sweaty fists, and stared at Luo Hu and the man whose face was almost identical but more cruel and murderous. It's all the Lord's fault. His damn spells split this guy into two sides of yin and yang balance. Otherwise, we might have a chance to fight him. What's the point of saying all this now? The Holy Lord is dead. Basha is gone too. And even Zhulan and Zhongsu's spines were smashed to pieces. We are not from the same world as him. The demon of the mountain, Bagong, the demon of the wind, Xiaofeng, the devil of the earth, Dikue, the devil of the sky, Shimu. The four demons looked at each other and gestured like students who had made a mistake, not knowing how to face the situation. It's okay, just bear with it and it will pass. My technique is pretty good, it won't hurt too much. Evil thoughts said in a light tone. Luo Hu next to him didn't care about his evil side at all and behaved like a devil. After all, these demons will only become a scourge if they stay in this world. He can be regarded as a for-good youth who eliminates harm for the people. Damn it, do you really think we dare not resist? I am Xiaofeng, the devil of wind. Why get angry? Even I am afraid of it. Evil thought forced out a smile and said, Okay, you have ambition. Since you are so courageous, you should be the first to die. Xiao Feng suddenly shouted, Do it! Boom, boom, boom. The four demons acted almost at the same time. The four energies of wind, earth, mountain, and sky quickly bombarded Luo Hu and his clone's position. Dikue raised his finger and the solid ground surged, turning directly into khaki chains that imprisoned the two men in the ground. As soon as the mud entangled Luo Hu, the other demons immediately roared and tightened the chains together, and the whistling force still blasted forward. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent roars rang out. It was not until the demons were exhausted that they were horrified to find that the human in front of them was completely unharmed. Why can't this human be killed? The Holy Lord's immortality spell is not that outrageous. Ha, too weak. Evil thoughts laughed loudly to the sky. Looking at the heavy mud chains wrapped around his body, his muscles tensed, and all the strength in his body burst out instantly. Like a volcanic eruption, with a loud bang, all the chains of Dikue were shattered to the ground. Pieces of broken stone and mud flew around randomly with such great force that they smashed the four demons' bodies, causing them to spit blood and fly backwards, screaming in agony. Before the demons could react, Evil Thought's body suddenly rushed forward, and then suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning. The only sound left in the air was the sound of a hideous laugh. Luo Hu's clone was like a terrifying meteor at this moment, punching the four demons hard. The demons only felt a gust of hot and violent wind blowing towards them, and then they felt excruciating pain. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. The bodies of the four demons were like watermelons. They were all smashed into pieces by the Evil Thought's punch in the first moment, with blood holes exploded and blood mist splattered. It was extremely miserable. Luo Hu looked at his evil face with a grim look and shook his head. No wonder the old saying goes that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. It seems that I am still too kind, otherwise the other side of the yin and yang balance would not be so cruel. However, at this moment, the Evil Thoughts did not react at all, and he grabbed the devil and pulled it hard. At the end of the chain, the four demons cried out in surprise, and their huge, bulging bodies were pulled over quickly at the same time. Then the terrifying force swept across like swatting a fly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of blood mist burst out in the air. The four demons were in a miserable state, their bones all shattered as if they had suffered a terrible earthquake. The bones that were once as hard as iron had now become fragile, and a slight touch would make a creepy crackling sound. The demons fell to the ground in agony, their bodies twisted into strange shapes. Blood gushed out from the broken parts, dyeing the entire ground red. The demons fell to the ground in agony, Their bodies twisted into strange shapes. Blood gushed out from the broken parts, dyeing the entire ground red. Why is it so scary? Even the 8 immortals from 1,000 years ago didn't have such terrifying power, right? Devil, he is the devil. They quickly retreated backwards and turned around to escape. Seeing that a few demons were trying to escape, Evil Thought suddenly revealed a playful grin, and his body flashed and disappeared in an instant. Reptiles, where are you going to escape? No one can escape from my palm. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil palm swept towards the demons fiercely, and terrifying flames and thunder spread between his 5 fingers. The power was so great that a terrifying whistling sound was heard in front of him, which was piercing and shrill. The half-crippled demons were horrified and quickly turned around to resist. Boom! Boom! In the face of the absolute power gap, the demons' bodies vomited blood and flew everywhere at the same time, as if they were hit by a meteorite, flying out and smashing heavily on the ground. Phew! The flames roared, and in the fearful eyes of the demons, the evil clone mercilessly burned the body in front of it into black ashes. Ding, host clone kills the sky demon Shimu and successfully collects the power of the sky. Ding, host clone successfully killed the earth demon Dikue and successfully collected the earth's divine power. Ding, after dealing with the newly resurrected demon, Luo Hu checked his current data panel. Compared with before, the panel at this moment has completely recorded the 12 zodiac talismans, 10 masks, and the unique powers of the 8 demons. With these rules and powers protecting me, I should be able to make red-haired Dong invincible in a short period of time. I just hope there won't be another enemy coming from the sky. Luo Hu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts surging. It turns out that what the master said is true. Humans are the most powerful and terrifying species in the world. Watching helplessly as a group of horrible demons were being tortured like chickens in Luo Hu's hands, Daolong's cloudy eyes revealed an extremely excited look. His master once told him that the human body itself is a divine transformation of yin and yang that covers the heaven and earth. It is the most unique and miraculous spiritual being in the entire visible universe. But at that time, he could not understand his master's words at all, and just thought it was an everyday joke. Did you summon these demons? Luo Hu's voice was flat and cold, echoing all around. At this moment, Daolong was already extremely frightened. After hearing Luo Hu's words, there was hardly any time for hesitation. He immediately knelt down and crawled on the ground. That's right. I summoned all these demons from hell using black magic, Daolong said in a low voice. Aren't you afraid of death? Luo Hu turned around and walked towards Daolong's position. I'm afraid. Everyone is afraid of death. I also want to live forever like a demon, but there is no black magic in this world that can give me the power of immortality. Now my lifespan is almost reaching its limit. Originally, I summoned the Holy Lord and other demons for the immortality spell power on him. But these demons are all dishonest and lowly creatures. They deceive me. The power of immortality is not in him at all. If I can survive this time, maybe I should try to contact that ancient demon like my master did. His power to devour everything may be able to prolong my health. Daolong kept muttering to himself. Stand up. Luo Hu grabbed Daolong's thin and shriveled body, walked to the outside, and said coldly, You just mentioned the ancient demon. What does it mean? After hearing that ancient demonic power still existed in this world, Luo Hu immediately gave up the idea of leaving this world. Since I have no goal now, it would be better to collect this ancient demon power. That ancient demon is a nightmare, a super black energy force that existed before the 8 demons ruled the world. It ruled the entire world for countless centuries. Seeing that Luo Hu was interested in knowing the origin of the ancient demon, Daolong also introduced it very appropriately in order to survive. Until a few minutes passed, Luo Hu frowned thoughtfully. According to Daolong's description, the demon nightmare looked extremely strange. From a distance, it looked like an extremely huge black eyeball. The diameter of the eyeball was hundreds of meters long, and it was completely black as ink without a single color. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it could reflect and absorb the weak light around it, faintly emitting a mysterious aura that made people's heart palpitate. Upon closer inspection, one could find a thin blood-red crack in the center of the eyeball, as if it had been torn apart by some powerful force. From that crack, one could vaguely see an evil and terrifying black energy fluctuation. The power to devour everything? It's definitely worth getting. Luo Hu casually took out the dog talisman he had found earlier and threw it into Daolong's arms. What do you mean? No problem. I'll take you to find it right now. It was not until the power of immortality from the dog talisman was continuously introduced into his old body for a while that Daolong realized that he seemed to have encountered a real opportunity of great fortune. Under the guidance of Daolong's black magic, the two of them moved at an extremely fast speed and crossed most of the planet in just a few hours. They didn't stop until they reached a desert area covered with yellow sand. Here, the wind whistled and swept through, rolling up the yellow sand all over the sky, like a yellow raging wave. The whole world was covered by this thick sand and dust, and the vision became blurred, as if you were in a hazy and unexplored world. The ground beneath my feet had long lost its vitality, cracking into countless deep and shallow cracks, like hideous scars, ruthlessly stretching across this vast expanse of land. Some of those cracks were several feet wide and bottomless. Others were narrow and slender, like the winding tracks of a snake. Under the scorching sun, the already cracked ground was scorched hot, and the heat rising up made it extremely difficult to breathe. Even if there was an occasional gust of wind, it would raise more sand and dust, forming a misty sand fog, making the already harsh environment seem even more terrifying and desolate. This is the Eye of the Earth, which is recorded as the first of the 3 forbidden areas for mankind. It is also the place where the terrifying demon Nightmare died. No one knows how it died, but its black energy has been affecting the entire area. The two walked to the center, and a large rift valley filled with black air appeared. Luo Hu looked around and found that there was a vague, black, eyeball-like object in the deepest part of the ground, emitting the power of black qi. Isn't it dead? Luo Hu looked at Dao Long, who was standing cautiously beside him. Yes, but the dark energy emitted after the demon's death will still have some extreme effects. For example, its black energy will make a person's heart darker. Eventually, he will become a person who likes killing. Dao Long's words fell. Luo Hu turned and looked at his clone. It seems that at this stage, my clone is an extremist. Anyway, they're all the dark side, separated from the balance of yin and yang, so naturally, they won't have any influence on these so-called black qi. You go and have a look. Luo Hu spoke to the clone. The clone raised his eyebrows, and without saying anything, he jumped straight down into the pitch-black ground. Although he didn't like being ordered around, he didn't dare to disobey Luo Hu's original body. After all, the power of yin and yang balance remains in the main body. As long as the original body has a thought, he will be forced back. Having finally gained life and freedom, he naturally didn't want to be trapped in his body again. After a few minutes passed, in the unfathomable darkness of the ground, there was suddenly a deafening roar that resounded through the sky. This sound seemed to be a roar from the abyss of hell, or like the roar of an ancient beast awakening, sweeping over with endless black qi. But the roar came and went quickly. Ding, host's clone, killed the ancient nightmare and successfully collected the nightmare's divine power. Demonic nightmare power. Host can use the power of demonic nightmare to absorb any form of dark matter and energy and will never be attacked by the dark power. Luo Hu's expression changed and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Compared with the previous 8 demons, the power of this nightmare seems to be very good. The next moment, Luo Hu stared at the clone that appeared and flew up from the ground with some shock. Between his eyebrows, a third eye appeared with its eyes slightly opened. That black vertical pupil made the clone, which was already full of evil, look even more sinister. It looks like you have a good harvest. Luo Hu looked at the evil black vertical pupil on his clone's forehead and joked. According to scientific evidence, there should have been a race of humans with 3 eyes in ancient times. The third eye on their forehead possesses different powerful energies. However, in the long process of evolution of the laws of survival, the 3-eyed humans slowly disappeared into history. There are also rumors that these humans with clairvoyance eventually went to the 4-dimensional world and no longer lived with ordinary humans. For example, there are many gods with 3 eyes in mythology. The more famous ones are the renowned Erlang Shenjinjuan and the god tier Jiu Tian, Ing Yuan, Lei Sheng, Pu Hua, Tian Zun, and other powerful beings. The ability of this magic eye also involves the power of rules. It is indeed a very good ability. The clone stood in midair, laughing strangely, with the devil eye between his eyebrows fully opened. The weak, black energy from the place where the nightmare fell was completely recovered and swallowed by it, circulating in his body over and over again. As the black energy was continuously absorbed, Luo Hu finally felt that his body and soul were slowly becoming stronger. Suddenly, at the moment when the clone finished speaking, a gentle energy began to flow between Luo Hu's eyebrows. At this moment, Luo Hu used the ability of the fruit in a somewhat strange way to condense a piece of water vapor and then formed an eye surface. He looked at the mark on his forehead that was slowly torn apart by energy. This is the same vertical pupil of the heavenly eye as the clone. These 2 winding marks like thunder were clearly fixed on the center of Luo Hu's eyebrows. However, compared to the evil demon eye obtained by the clone, the heavenly eye at the center of Luo Hu's eyebrows seemed much more intimidating and majestic. It's the power of the tiger charm. Possessing the power of yin and yang balance will allow all the energy in your body to be balanced into 2 forms, good and evil. At this time, Dao Long, as a bystander, could see at a glance why the power of the demon nightmare was balanced. Although he was really envious to the extreme, as a dark wizard he knew clearly what he should and should not do. Facing a terrifying human like Luo Hu, he didn't dare to make any moves at all. The ability to balance yin and yang, the power of rules, is indeed so terrifying. Luo Hu muttered to himself while looking at the vertical pupil between his eyebrows. Devil Nightmare Power. Host can use the power of the Devil Nightmare to absorb any positive and black energy in the world at the same time, and will not be affected by any energy backlash. According to the system's annotations, Luo Hu also realized that he could now use the abilities of both the good and evil eyes at the same time. Overall, it is very reasonable. After all, if the clone can use his own abilities, then the clone's original power should naturally be usable as well. Closing his vertical pupils, Luo Hu suddenly had an idea. Since the ancient demons were perverted like this, so wouldn't it be possible to find a demon that is older than a nightmare and gain even more terrifying abilities? Knife Dragon. Thinking of this, Luo Hu directly called out to Dao Long, who was still in shock. Respected God, no matter what you ask, as a qualified Black Chi wizard, I will do my best. Luo Hu had a calm expression and quietly glanced at Dao Long, who was showing his loyalty. Are there any demons in this world that are more powerful than the nightmare? Whether they are alive or dead or sealed, as long as you can find them, I can give you whatever you want. After saying that, Luo Hu took out the other 11 talismans that were no longer of any use to him. The abilities of these things have long been absorbed into his body, and what remains are just a few broken stones, and Luo Hu himself must leave this plane of world. At that time, these external objects will also be decomposed by the power of rules the moment they leave the plane, just like the devil fruit brought out by Luo Hu in the pirate's world. The moment they left the pirate's world, all the devil fruits withered and shriveled as if they had lost their support and finally turned into ashes. Therefore, it would be better to keep these stones and trade them with that old guy Dao Long. Sir, I really don't know. The earliest demon recorded in the Black Chi magic book is the Nightmare. Dao Long stared at the 11 talismans in Luo Hu's hand, hating himself for not studying hard at the beginning, or even asking his master more questions. Is that so? Luo Hu was a little disappointed. But this is understandable. This plane of existence is as big as the earth, and it is already very good to be able to breed so many kinds of demons. At least the harvest was very rich. After sending Dalong away, Luo Hu's figure flashed, and the whole person directly penetrated the space and flew towards old John's breakfast shop. The clone that possessed all of Luo Hu's abilities naturally followed quickly. But what Luo Hu didn't know was, a moment after he left, Dalong, who had already gained the ability of immortality, had no time to get excited before an old man appeared in front of him, holding a pufferfish in one hand and a dried lizard in the other, muttering that all demons and monsters should leave quickly. Then, the two of them felt sorry for not meeting each other earlier, and the moment their eyes met, they started fighting as if they were mortal enemies. All kinds of strange and bizarre magical energies burst out and exploded in the hands of the two people, creating a burst of light. No one knows what happened to the two in the end, but the black energy and positive energy in the world consciousness were following and protecting them. The devil disappeared, and the existence of Luo Hu, the outsider, was divided into good and evil. Daolong and Daddy can naturally represent the confrontation and balance between positive qi and black qi. The chaos in the whole world finally returned to balance at this moment. On the other side, Luo Hu returned to the Old John breakfast shop and quietly enjoyed the Old John fried noodles with the taste of his hometown. I think we can finish it all today, the clone asked as he stood nearby, holding soy milk and fried dough sticks. The reason why the two did not leave this world was to take away the gold reserves from almost all the countries in the world in the treasury of the United States of America. Because Luo Hu has discovered that no matter which world it is in, gold is always a hard currency. It's certainly a good idea to stock up more. Luo Hu looked up. A ghost ninja soldier with red pupils slowly emerged from the dark corner. After the ninja soldiers got close and communicated for a while, Luo Hu nodded, then stood up and gestured to his clone to start. In the past few days, Luo Hu has used the Ghost Ninja's omnipresent ability to directly pull more than 10,000 tons of gold from the beautiful country into the Shadow Kingdom for storage. Adding the previous reserves in the Pirate's World Plane, the amount of gold Luo Hu had on him now actually reached nearly 100,000 tons. Although for Luo Hu at this stage, money and wealth are no longer important. But there's an old saying that goes, money is more than just pieces of paper. It's still an old-fashioned iron. It can iron out all the wrinkles encountered in life. Having money may not necessarily allow you to do everything, but having no money definitely means you can do nothing. Let's go to the next world. After finishing all the things, Luo Hu stood up and used the ability of the space fruit to create an ordinary space crack in front of him. However, in that seemingly calm space crack, there was still the same creepy and extremely dangerous space turbulence hidden as before when he traveled through space to come to this world. These turbulent currents are like a surging ocean, stirring everything around them madly. They follow no pattern, sometimes spinning rapidly to form huge uzumaki, sometimes charging violently, making deafening roars. Any object caught in it will be torn into pieces in an instant and disappear without a trace. Even if you just get close to this area, you can feel the oppression and fear brought by that powerful force. Under normal circumstances, with Luo Hu's current ability, it is completely impossible for him to break through the space rift and travel through time and space. But after possessing the power of the space fruit from the pirate's world, Luo Hu also experienced and advanced the ability that can only be used by the Daluo Jinxian realm in myths and legends. Soon Luo Hu and his clone stepped into an extremely dangerous space crack and flew towards the next unknown world. As for Ah Fu, the little brother Luo Hu accepted in this dimension. Luo Hu left tens of millions of US dollars to Ah Fu so that he would not have to live such a miserable life in a foreign country. Once again, enter the vast universe. Even if you have already admired the starry universe, it is still inevitable to open your eyes wide and be shocked by its wonderful beauty when flying in it. Compared with the vast universe, a person is really too small. Which direction are we going? The clone, who had already put on the same black magic robe as Dao Long, asked. Luo Hu thought for a moment, then randomly chose a direction to escape. He doesn't care about his position anyway. After all, he is lost. Whichever direction you go, it's the right path. After floating in the misty starry sky for an unknown amount of time, in the vast universe in front of Luo Hu, there appeared a blue planet that was as dazzling as a gem. It quietly floats in the dark void, emitting a charming and mysterious light. The planet is surrounded by a thin atmosphere, which is like a soft gauze, adding a hazy beauty to the entire planet. Looking far away from the void, you can see that the blue ocean occupies most of the surface of the planet. They are magnificent and boundless, and contrast well with the white clouds in the sky. The land is like pieces of green puzzles inlaid on the blue canvas. Towering mountains and steep cliffs stand tall. Vast plains stretch as far as the eye can see, and winding rivers run through them, forming a colorful natural picture. And the galaxies around are exactly the same as those I have seen on science channels. Luo Hu stopped and looked at the planet in front of him with a complicated look. If this isn't the Earth, then what is it? It turns out that he accidentally ran back to the place where he had traveled through time. Although there are many planets in the universe that are not much different from the Earth, but there are some differences between them more or less. But this Earth can be said to be exactly the same. This is home. Realizing that he was lucky, Luo Hu's mouth curled up slightly. After wandering outside for so long, the feeling of being able to go home is truly irreplaceable by any other emotion. Thinking of this, Luo Hu activated his ability and turned it into a crackling thunder that quickly approached the atmosphere. At this moment, Luo Hu also stared at it for a moment. As his body got closer, Luo Hu could clearly feel that there were all kinds of strange and bizarre energy systems surging on the Earth. It seems that during the time I was away from Earth, some incredible things happened here. Luo Hu became very interested in the changes in his hometown and wanted to find out more. Anyway, with my current strength, I will be able to do it unless there are any unexpected situations. Absolutely no one can stand against me. Luo Hu has absolute confidence. If all else fails, he still has an evil corpse clone. The power that can be unleashed in a 1+1 situation is no joke. Using the power of Thunder Fruit to transform into the speed of thunder, Luo Hu quickly flashed into a dark forest. But at this moment the forest seemed to have just experienced a great battle and was in a mess. There were bursts of deafening noises coming from not far away. The tall trees deep in the forest were shaking and toppling over. Then, in large numbers, they collapsed to the ground as if they had lost their support. The huge impact force caused the ground to shake violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Luo Hu flew to the area where the loud noise occurred without hesitation almost instantly. The clone behind him naturally followed. A few seconds later, Luo Hu arrived at the battle scene. Appearing in front of him at this moment, she turned out to be a policewoman with a high ponytail, wearing a standard combat police uniform and with perfect body proportions. In front of this female police officer, there is a tiger as big as a small truck. It seemed that due to the high-intensity combat, the policewoman's physical strength was almost exhausted, and a blush of panting appeared on her heroic face. Realized that there was an ordinary person behind him. Wu Bing's face quickly turned gloomy. In this situation, she can hardly save herself. So how can she save two ordinary people? But when I think of the responsibilities I bear, she could only gather her strength and put her middle and index fingers together to form a sword shape and took out a yellowed talisman from her chest. Then he bit his tongue hard and spurted out bright red blood, which dripped onto the talisman. Stop looking. Get out of here. If you don't leave within a minute, we will all die in the mouth of this monster. I really don't know what has given you two the courage to come out and seek death, even though you know there are monsters outside the city. Wu Bing frowned slightly and cursed angrily while chanting a spell at high speed. The mysterious sect of heaven and earth, the root of all myriad chi, has cultivated for 10,000 calamities to prove my supernatural powers. Within and outside the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. There is golden light in my body, covering my body, invisible to the eyes and inaudible to the ears. It encompasses the heaven and the earth, nurtures all living things. It needs to be recited 10,000 times. With light in its body, it is the guard of the three realms, the welcome of the five emperors, the worship of all gods, and it controls thunder. Ghosts and demons are frightened. Spirits and monsters lose their form. There is thunderbolt inside. The thunder god hides his name. Wisdom is intertwined. The five chi surges. Golden light appears quickly, protecting the real person. Golden light spell. As Wu Bing finished chanting the spell, the talisman on his fingertips instantly turned to ashes, and then his entire skin under the black police uniform burst into dazzling golden light. At this thrilling moment, the tiger, as big as a van, let out another deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. Its agile and powerful limbs suddenly exerted force and attacked Wu Bing's position like a yellow lightning. The gust of wind and dust it brought up during its movement made Wu Bing's scalp tingle and his body tremble. Even though she had experienced the test of life and death in countless battles, she was really scared at this moment. The strength of this tiger demon is even more terrifying than she had imagined. But now the arrow is on the string and has reached the point where it has to be shot. If she retreats, she can't run away. There is still some hope. Of course, Wu Bing still believes that if it weren't for Luo Hu, this guy who suddenly showed up, she had a good chance of escaping. At least it won't be as passive as it is now. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast rushed forward, showing its terrifying strength and majesty with its fangs and claws. The tiger demon rushed out a few steps and came in front of Wu Bing. It slapped down with its sharp claws as if it was taking his life. Wu Bing's delicate brows were tightly furrowed, and his skin glowed with golden light as he collided with the tiger's claws. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and the tiger demon's heavy claws were violently bounced away. With a loud scream, it flew backwards and hit the ground. Is this the power of cultivating immortals? The golden light blooming from Wu Bing's body instantly brightened Luo Hu's eyes. He had never expected that there actually existed people practicing magic on Earth today. Times have changed. It seems that some extraordinary things have indeed happened on Earth during the time I was away. Although in Luo Hu's opinion, Wu Bing and the tiger in front of him were both very weak. It's even worse than an ordinary small sea kings in the pirates' world. But no matter what, they're also the power of the immortal cultivation system, and their upper limit is much higher than that of the pirates' world. In the pirates' world, if the Haki power is cultivated to the ultimate level, it is nothing more than destroying a small island with one punch. And when the power of immortal cultivation reaches ultimate, it can destroy the entire dimensional universe in minutes. They can even revive and kill again at will, over and over again until your scalp goes numb. Hey, damn it, why don't you run away? Do you want to be a desperate couple with me? I've wasted my money on a mid-grade golden talisman. Wu Bing, who tried his best to stop the tiger monster, had no chance to run away, but suddenly realized that the two bastards behind him did not escape. She herself is now in a difficult situation and can't save herself. Is there any chance to save these two ordinary people who don't know the danger? Never mind. I've done my best. It's you who didn't run away. Wu Bing gritted her teeth and thought angrily and anxiously. But the next moment, she suddenly took a step back and bumped into Luo Hu. She only felt a huge force coming at her, as if her back hit a wall, and she almost vomited blood. Ah! Wu Bing cried out in pain and covered her chest. The tiger demon's attack just now had torn her wound again. What was even more fatal was that the evil spirit in the tiger demon's body was corroding her, and she had to divide her spiritual energy to suppress it, and after activating the golden talisman. There is no more extra spiritual energy in her body. Damn it, a 7th level tiger demon is not easy to deal with. Who knew that you, AB **********************, would jump out and disturb me? Wu Bing looked unwilling, turned around to look at Luo Hu and shouted, "My spiritual energy has been exhausted. I will try my best to hold it back later. You run outside, call the security administration, and ask them to find a senior in the Foundation establishment stage to come over. If you are lucky, you can save my life. Do you understand?" Luo Hu nodded to show that he understood. At this critical moment, the tiger demon that had just been knocked away stood up again at an astonishing speed. It was covered with wounds, but at this moment, it seemed to not care about the pain caused by the wounds. Its eyes flashed with fierce light, staring at the enemy in front of it. Its muscles were tense, each of which was full of strength. Its strong and powerful limbs were slightly bent, ready to launch another fierce attack at any time. Roar! After a roar, the tiger demon actually ignored Wu Bing completely and went straight to Luo Hu's position. Obviously, this tiger demon had become intelligent. After knowing that Wu Bing was almost exhausted, it directly set its sights on Luo Hu. Not good. Wu Bing didn't have time to stop him. His face was filled with fascination. "Let me go, I'll stop him." Luo Hu let go of Wu Bing, who was struggling on top of him and trying to jump out. Then the power of the thunder fruit in the body suddenly erupted. The violent thunder instantly condensed into a fist-sized dark blue ball of lightning that made crackling sounds on the spot. Luo Hu snapped his fingers, and the lightning in his hand, which had a voltage of almost hundreds of millions of volts, flew out quickly. Boom! There was a loud bang in the clear sky. The originally majestic and arrogant tiger demon was now roaring and snarling with its fangs and claws bared, emitting a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, the dazzling lightning flashed across Luo Hu's hand, and the deafening thunder that followed resounded through the sky. The seemingly inconspicuous ball of lightning struck the tiger demon like a cannonball. Before it could even react, it was covered by the thunder that resounded through the sky. This terrifying power of thunder made the tiger demon unable to figure out why before he died. "Not buddy. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were so fierce? Wouldn't Lousy have run away if you had shown your domineering aura earlier? You are so strong, yet you pretend to be an ordinary person." Oh, Ding Ho successfully killed the Chi-gathering rank 7 tiger monster. The system has recorded the power of the immortal cultivation system and synchronized the cultivation level with the host. The system prompt sounded. Luo Hu only felt a cool energy flowing into his body and then flowing to the tendons and veins of his limbs. This is a different power system than Haki. There are similarities between the two, but they are also incompatible. In general, Haki's power system is completely inadequate compared to the spiritual energy training system. At this moment, Wu Bing on the side was also stunned. She would never have thought that the story would develop to this point. A ball of thunder suddenly exploded in the hands of an ordinary person who had no cultivation at all, and then instantly killed the tiger demon that had forced her into a desperate situation. Is this the legendary pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? But what's the point of doing this? Could it be that you are attracted to my body? Although I'm not as good looking as the top ones, I'm still pretty good. I'm tall and my P*** is not small. She has reacted now. Luo Hu, the man who suddenly jumped out, just wanted to attract his attention. It seems like he doesn't care, but in fact he just wants to play the pig and eat the tiger, and then be a hero to save the beauty. Wu Bing clenched his teeth, feeling a little bit overwhelmed. After taking a deep look at Luo Hu, he was surprised again. There is no other reason. Luo Hu, who has experienced multiple energy baptisms in his body, is now infinitely close to the golden ratio in terms of figure and appearance. Especially the faint thunder on his body and the mark between his eyebrows make him have an unfathomable temperament. Wu Bing's mind was in a mess. It took him a while to think about it before he reacted and bowed. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." After seeing Luo Hu and the black-robed man next to him did not react. She glanced at the remains of the tiger demon on the ground and the 7th level of qi gathering that suddenly appeared on Luo Hu. Her beautiful eyes showed surprise. So, Senior was hiding his own cultivation. I was just showing off my skills before an expert. I am from the Wu family in Magic City. If you have time, please come to our Wu family and have a rest. I will be able to repay you for saving my life. To be able to kill a 7th level qi gathering monster so easily, the opponent's strength must be at least 9th level or even a foundation building master. Hearing this, Luo Hu turned his head and looked at Wu Bing. He casually said, "Well, I don't really understand these things. I've been away from the city for too long. I've been living in the mountains before, and I've almost forgotten a lot of things. If you don't mind, could you give me some general knowledge? If you don't mind, could you give me some general knowledge?" Luo Hu looked at Wu Shui, whose attitude towards him had changed, and smiled. Hearing this, Wu Bing was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something. So that's how it is. Senior's situation is really very rare. Now, most of Daxia and even the world has fallen into the territory of the Demon Clan. Senior can actually live in the mountains for a long time. You really have great achievements in cultivation and are eliminating harm for the country. Wu Bing's tone fluctuated slightly. After all, how can you survive surrounded by so many monsters in the deep mountains? Basically, it is impossible to do it without the strength of Jindan level. Although she was somewhat suspicious of Luo Hu's words, she did not investigate further. Wu Bing organized his words. In today's Daxia, the National Security Administration is the largest force and also the most powerful weapon in maintaining national security. The highest leader of the Security Bureau is in charge of all cultivators and is mainly responsible for the greatest force in resisting foreign enemies and suppressing national security. By the way, our Security Administration has jointly launched a demon-suppressing app, which should have everything you want to know. I'll send you an invitation code for you to scan. While introducing, Wu Bing took out his mobile phone from his pocket and prepared for Luo Hu to scan the code to download. Well, I haven't been back for a long time, so my cell phone, ID card, and other things are long gone. Luo Hu looked at Wu Bing's incredulous eyes and forced an explanation. After a few seconds of hesitation, Wu Bing nodded to indicate that he could handle it. After all, the other party saved his life. Wu Bing simply used his own mobile phone to help Luo Hu download and register the Jinyao app. This is an internal software of the Xiaoxin world, which requires a specific invitation code to use. To register an account, you don't need a mobile phone number with an internal recommendation. Okay, by the way, Senior, if you're short of money, you can take a picture of the remains of this tiger monster or its monster pill. After reporting it on the Monster Suppression app, you can get points. This is the online currency circulated among us cultivators. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. And our Jinyao app also has a trading mall, where the immortal cultivators will also seek to trade, and you can use your points to buy various magical instruments, talismans, and other protective magic weapons. In addition, complete tiger monster corpses and complete monster pills like this can be sold to immortal cultivators in the app. The spiritual energy contained in the monster's body is a rare tonic. They usually spend a lot of money to buy it and cook it to nourish their bodies. Wu Bing introduced a few more sentences. Then, he looked at the depths of the mountain with some palpitations. Senior, it's still quite dangerous here. Let's leave first. I'll introduce you to it in detail when we return to the Magic City. By the way, I can also go and get your ID card reissued. Wu Bing finished speaking and then looked at Luo Hu as if to seek his opinion. Yes. Luo Hu nodded. Thank you for your help. Who is this Senior? After obtaining permission, Wu Bing looked at the black-robed man on the other side who had been silent. That was the clone that Luo Hu separated using the yin-yang balancing power of the tiger talisman. However, in Wu Bing's opinion, this is basically a Senior who is stronger than her. Well, I still have some things to deal with. You guys go back first. The clone and Luo Hu are connected in mind. Luo Hu understood the other party's thoughts almost instantly. He simply wanted to go deep into the mountains, kill stronger monsters, and absorb their cultivation level. Thinking of this, Luo Hu nodded and signaled his clone to act on his own. Anyway, the other party's cultivation is synchronized with yours. Therefore, Luo Hu was not afraid that this evil clone would become powerful enough to suppress him. After getting permission from the original body, the clone opened his hand and directly rolled up the tiger demon's corpse on the ground, then turned into a chaotic thunder that spread into the sky and finally disappeared. Oh shit, waste time in empty space. Could it be that this senior in black robe is really a powerful Jindan master? And he is also a great master who has mastered the art of thunder. Wu Bing looked at the thunder that had dissipated in the sky in shock. Her mouth opened even wider. The senior in black robe is so strong. Luo Hu, who is obviously in a dominant position between the two, can only be stronger in terms of strength. In the entire circle of immortal cultivators in the Demon City, and even in Kyoto, Luo Hu has an extremely high status. Senior, let's take a helicopter back to the Magic City later. After leaving the forest, Wu Bing took out a signal gun from his police uniform pocket and fired it. After waiting for a while, there was a sound of a propeller stirring the air. Luo Hu's mouth twitched slightly. This was his first time riding in a helicopter. Although he can use the energy of the devil fruit or the energy of the talisman to fly. But it doesn't seem good to be so ostentatious. After all, we have returned to the earth, which has undergone tremendous changes. No one can guarantee whether the legendary Yuanying monster will appear. If I put all my effort into it, I can blow up the island with one punch. But Luo Hu couldn't guarantee how strong the Yuanying stage was. What if someone really catches a nuclear bomb with bare hands like in a novel, and the mountains and rivers sink in a matter of minutes? In short, it will definitely not hurt to be cautious until you're sure that you are invincible. As if noticing Luo Hu's gaze, Wu Bing smiled like a rich woman. Although I am only a police officer affiliated with the National Security Administration, our Wu family is one of the most powerful forces in the entire Magic City. A helicopter is not that expensive, and a small target can buy it. A few minutes later, the helicopter roared past and disappeared into the air, flying towards the brightly lit human city. Wu Bing's slender, round, and powerful thighs were fully exposed in the slightly narrow space under her black police uniform. While looking at the road, she kept glancing at Luo Hu out of the corner of her eyes. This person is very likely to be a powerful Jindan master. If the Wu family could cooperate with Luo Hu, it will definitely be beneficial in the future. Senior, can you tell me about your battles with monsters over the years? Are all the monsters you encounter a giant golden elixir monster that can transform? Wu Bing hesitated for a moment before asking. She was smart since she was young and was clever enough not to ask Luo Hu directly about his realm. After all, this is a taboo for every cultivator, as exposing one's cultivation level can easily lead to disaster. After all, in this chaotic era, some people are even more ferocious than monsters. Luo Hu shook his head. I just lived in seclusion and didn't fight with monsters. Having said that, Luo Hu himself is very clear about it. How would he know what a monster is? Before, he was traveling through space. Apart from the pirate's world, I have only been to another adventure dimension world. I just came back to Earth, and I haven't figured out what's going on yet. Hearing this, Wu Bing's expression froze, and he understood what was going on. Being able to live in seclusion deep in the mountains without being discovered by big monsters is much more difficult than fighting. Maybe the man in front of him who doesn't even have a mobile phone or ID card may be a senior who is even stronger than the Jindan realm. She was a smart person, and after she figured this out, she didn't ask any more questions. Since the senior didn't say anything, it would be best for her not to ask. Are there still many monsters in the Huaxia region now? Are there any changes in other countries? Bored, Luo Hu continued to inquire about the current changes in the world. A lot. Any area outside of the city has basically been occupied by monsters. Especially the center of the Pacific Ocean and other oceans is the kingdom of monsters. 60 years ago, in 2026, almost all psychic areas in the world suffered from unstable destruction, including Kunlun Mountain Bermuda Triangle, Shenangjia, Ileo Mountain, and most other areas. After that, spiritual energy began to emerge from these areas continuously, and the era of immortal cultivators also began to revive from that time. However, the surge of spiritual energy is also accompanied by monsters of all sizes coming out of the spiritual energy area, and some other mutated souls. The emergence of these things has greatly affected the safety of civilians. So except for those who sacrificed in the beginning, most people have now gathered in cities to receive new education, including the basic knowledge of cultivating immortals. And almost every once in a while, the monsters in the psychic area will riot on a large scale and then attack human cities. Wu Bing counted on his fingers and said, "Although we cultivators in aristocratic families are superior to ordinary people, we also bear pressures that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Every time there is an explosion of spiritual energy and unrest in the spiritual energy area, we cultivators have to use our lives to stop it in order to gain a period of peace." Luo Hu listened silently and understood the general idea in his heart. The general meaning is that the spiritual energy has been revived.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.